Chapter 1052. The misty forest was filled with danger. Screams would occasionally break the silence, rising and falling. Pu piu 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 piu. Broken Star Wang Yuanqing had just entered the mist when he was attacked by wave after wave of arrows. The mist of the gods' trial field was no ordinary mist. It had the powerful ability to isolate soul strength. Here, one could only rely on the six senses to sense danger, such as sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the sixth sense, intuition. Everyone had six senses, but some were strong and some were weak. After dodging the countless arrows, Yuanqing didn't even have time to catch his breath. Suddenly, in front and behind him, two enormous steel walls covered in spikes came flying at him. Not good. Yuanqing was shocked. The entire god's trial field was filled with a viscous, formless energy that caused his speed to greatly decrease. These two steel walls were incomparably fast, surpassing his speed. There was no way he could dodge them. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only go all out. Yuanqing's weapons were two large hammers, one on the left and one on the right. Yuanqing used all his strength to smash at the steel walls. The sound of metal twisting rang out. The steel walls were pushed back by Yuanqing. Pooh! Abruptly, a spear fell from the sky, piercing through Yuanqing's head and nailing him to the ground. Damn! Outside the golden door, Yuanqing's figure appeared. The trial talisman on his chest suddenly shattered. Could it be that the Firebird Prince, can't even pass the first stage? A fiery red light flashed. The Firebird Prince jumped up and down, looking extremely wretched. Behind him were countless golden dots of light. These golden dots of light were hornets that seemed to be made of gold. They were as big as fists, and their wings flapped. They were like flying swords cutting through the air, incomparably sharp. The Firebird Prince tried to attack the hornets, but found that even with his full strength he could only kill a few. The remaining hornets were enough to sting him to death. In the end, the Firebird Prince was stung by a hornet. His body went numb, and in the next instant, countless hornets pounced on him. Lan Xian also encountered hundreds of golden wasps, but she was lucky. These wasps had a special structure, and if she used a pure killing move, she could only kill 7 or 8 at a time. But if she used second drive, she could kill more than 20, and if she used third drive, she could kill a large group. In other words, these golden hornets were used to test the extent of their control over their strength, and the most direct manifestation of their control over their strength was how many bursts they had. Generally speaking, if one had attained the second drive and was slightly stronger, they would be able to contend against the golden hornets without being defeated in a single clash. Of course, defeating the golden hornets didn't mean they were out of danger. There were traps everywhere in the dense fog forest, and the golden hornets were released from one of them. Kachak! The branch under her feet broke, and Lan Xian was alarmed. She bent down subconsciously, and with a poochy sound, a snow-white light brushed past her back. That cold sharpness made her feel cold all over. Before she could take a breath, Lan Xian jumped up. Below her, the two steel walls were locked together without a single crack. However, the real danger had just arrived. From all directions, countless golden arrows shot over. The golden arrows had spiral patterns on their tips. Once hit, even her protective Zhenyuan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Everything has its flaws. As long as you can find their blind spots, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Chen's words were still fresh in her memory. Taking a deep breath, the Zhenyuan in Lan Xian's body split. Most of it gathered in her arms, and the rest went to her eyes. In her vision, the arrows slowed down a bit. It looked like they were all shooting at her at the same time, but there were actually different directions. Only about half of them could threaten her, and that was if she didn't move. Break for me. With a flash of sword light, Lan Xian slashed out 5 times. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding filled the air. Lan Xian Ai's 5 swords changed the trajectory of the 5 golden arrows, causing them to hit the other golden arrows. Just like that, it was like dominoes, creating a chain reaction that caused the seemingly unsolvable rain of arrows to collapse on itself. Xiu! However, just as Lan Xian let out a breath, a golden arrow passed through a large amount of arrow fragments and pierced through Lan Xian's protective Zhenyuan. In the end, Lan Xian was nailed to the tree. Fortunately, there were no more traps. Pulling out the golden arrow, Lan Xian still had lingering fear. She didn't think that the first trial of the gods' trial field would be so abnormal. The traps were one after another, not giving people a chance to catch their breath. If there had been another wave of attacks, she wouldn't even have had the time to open the apostate. Of course, this was also because she had been asleep for 5 years and hadn't fought anyone for 5 years. After all, no matter how high her strength increased, she still needed a large amount of battle experience. Now is not the time to open the apostate. If I can't even pass the first trial, it proves that I'm just SOSO. Lan Xian gave up on entering the apostate and continued forward. There were too many people who were stopped in the misty forest. Some were turned into beehives by the arrow rain. Some were stung to death by the golden hornets like Prince Firebird, and some were crushed into a bloody pulp by the steel walls. There were as many ways to die as there were traps in the misty forest. Some of the ways to die were strange and unheard of. There were about 15,000 geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Star region who had come to the gods' trial field. However, in this short period of time, at least half of them had died. Some geniuses who thought that they were very powerful had also died. They might be able to beat most of the geniuses in a one-on-one battle, but in the misty forest, survival was the test. The dead people appeared outside the Golden Gate, one after another. The trial talismans on their chests shattered. Damn, even I, the loose hand king, couldn't pass the first trial. It's too hard. I couldn't even react in time. I guess at least 2/3 of the people will be eliminated. No wonder people say that it's enough to see the gods' trial field. Don't expect to pass the first trial. Outside the Golden Gate, more and more people gathered. Everyone was discussing in low spirits. For most of the people, the first challenge was indeed very difficult. Even if they tried their best, they would still be eliminated. The rest of the people might also be eliminated if they were not careful enough. However, for people at Yi Chen's level, the first challenge would only help them to warm up their muscles and bones. It was just an appetizer. His figure was like a ghost. Wave after wave of arrows passed through the illusions left behind by Yi Chen, unable to harm him in the slightest. Before the 2 steel walls could even get close, a corner was cut off. The flying chains were sent flying, entangling a large metal ball that swung over like a pendulum. Due to the entanglement of the chains, the large metal ball changed its trajectory and smashed down the golden Iron Man that was released from the mechanism. The sound of metal clanging spread out like a wave, flattening everything around it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Chen had traversed the entire misty forest and arrived before a racetrack. This racetrack was 1,000 meters wide and long, with no end in sight. The moment Yi Chen came out, 7 or 8 people dashed out at the same time. They were the black-robed young man, the frivolous handsome young man, the saber wielder with a cross scar on his cheek, the 2-meter-tall beauty with her hair tied up in braids, the bearded young man, the devilishly handsome young man, and the graceful prince. In the next instant, another dozen people dashed out. Most of them were geniuses on the Heavenly King list. But of course, there were some who weren't. HM, the black-robed young man, and the handsome young man sized up Yi Chen. They didn't expect him to be so fast, passing through the misty forest in an instant, even though they didn't go all out. In front of the racetrack, there was a wooden board. There were no rules written on it, only rewards. The first to reach the finish line would be rewarded with 10 shinbi, the second would be rewarded with 5, and the third would be rewarded with 2. What's shinbi? The handsome young man was puzzled. Those who pass the gods' trial field will be qualified to enter the paradise of gods. It's said that Shinbi is the currency of the paradise of gods. In any case, it's good stuff. The black-robed young man was very confident in himself. He didn't think that the first place would fall to anyone else, so there was no harm in telling them. The currency of the paradise of gods? Looks like the more the better. The 2-meter-tall Du Sha licked her red lips. The black-robed young man chuckled. You better be mentally prepared. Anything that involves Shinbi will be very difficult. It won't be easy to get Shinbi. It's just a racetrack. How hard can it be? More and more people arrived. Some geniuses who were quite accomplished in speed didn't care. Since there was a racetrack, it naturally had to be fair. They needed to wait for everyone to arrive before starting. About an hour later, everyone had arrived. Of the 15,000 people who passed through the misty forest, only 4,000 or so had passed. The elimination rate was more than 70%. Prince Yi, Lan Xian, came to Yi Chen's side. This race track isn't that simple. It might not be a test of speed. Speed wasn't the most important factor in judging a genius, even though being slow wasn't good either. After everyone had arrived, the light screen in front of the racetrack opened. Shoo! Almost in an instant, dozens of figures rushed out. Damn, there's gravity. We can't use Zhenyuan. How is this possible? Of those who rushed out, more than half of them fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. The genius who rushed out the fastest was clearly the type who was fast in speed but weak in other aspects. His chin was stuck to the ground as he slid out several thousand meters. His body was badly mangled and he was in an extremely miserable state. A bunch of idiots. The black-robed young man slowly walked on the track and closed his eyes. I can't use Zhenyuan or any other energy. The gravity is 1/20th of the god star. It really isn't that simple. Opening his eyes, the black-robed young man started running. Close to 200,000 times the Earth's gravity. For most people, this is probably an extreme test. Yi Chen looked at the endless racetrack and shook his head. Chapter 1053. More than 4,000 people were all running on the track. Just like a marathon, no one increased their speed. Those who could make it here were all geniuses among geniuses. Before understanding the rules, they might have been impulsive, but after understanding the rules, it would be hard for them to be impulsive. Most importantly, everyone wanted to win. Some geniuses were self-aware and thought that their strength was inferior to others. But when it came to stamina, they wouldn't admit defeat. Humph! So what if you're on the Heavenly King list? Who knows how long this track will be? I don't believe your stamina is also higher than ours. Haha, I'm a body refiner king. Stamina is my strong point. Is that so? Don't you know that in terms of stamina, we demonic beasts are the best? A young man laid down and turned into a 7-meter-long demonic dog. His powerful muscles and streamlined body made him run full of power and beauty. 2 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Under the enormous gravity and the inability to use Zhenyuan, everyone ran for 12 hours. Of course, this amount of time wasn't enough to make them tired. The stamina of life and death kings could be described as abnormal. Starting from astral reaching realm, humans and demonic beasts would all evolve. For example, before astral reaching realm, the lifespan of humans was only a bit longer than ordinary people, still roughly at the level of ordinary people. At astral reaching realm, one could live for 200 years, 500 years at Sea of Soul realm, and 100,000 years at life and death realm. 3 evolutions, each more exaggerated than the last. Especially the 3rd evolution, it was no longer an ordinary evolution, but an evolution of the origin. It was as huge as the difference between a unicellular organism and a human. You work hard. I'm going to speed up. Yi Chen and Lan Xianer were in the middle of the team. There were roughly 2,000 people ahead and another 2,000 behind. This was a very disadvantageous position. under the sole power perception. The group at the front was already several tens of thousands of li away. If they wanted to fight for the top 3, they couldn't be left behind too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have time to catch up. Yeah, L'ancienne nodded. Swish! Exerting his strength through his feet, Yi Chen's whole body turned into a phantom as he shot out, overtaking dozens of people within a second. What was even more frightening was that when he ran, he did not make any sound at all, just like a cat. What kind of speed is this? The person who was overtaken took a while to react. About an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the very front. There were only 30 to 40 people left in front of him. However, Yi Chen did not slow down. Instead, he sped up slightly. Who is this guy? Who cares what kind of divine being he is? Since he dares to surpass us, then we'll just let him be at the bottom. To be able to run at the front, how could their strength be simple? At the very least, they would be in the top 100 of the Vermilion Bird Star field. A ferocious tiger charged at Yi Chen the moment he and Yi Chen were shoulder to shoulder. Patter! Yi Chen didn't even look at it. With a casual wave of his arm, the tiger's bones were all shattered, and it was sent flying. When it landed on the ground, it completely disappeared from the track, losing the right to participate in the trial by fire. Hiss! The few people who were just about to make a move sucked in a breath of cold air. The one who made a move was the demon race genius Iron Tiger King, ranked 99th on the Heavenly King list. Not to mention strength, just in terms of physical strength, there were not many who could surpass him. Yet he was actually unable to withstand Yi Chen's arm strike. What kind of terrifying strength was this? You'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, all of you will be eliminated. Yi Chen's voice had a trace of coldness to it. After a few breaths, Yi Chen had left them far behind. This guy is a monster that can't be provoked. The Iron Tiger King is really unlucky. I don't understand why he didn't stay at the front from the start. Otherwise, the Iron Tiger King wouldn't have provoked him. Monsters think differently from us. Who knows? Gradually, there were only 5 people left in front of Yi Chen. They were all black-clothed youths, a saber wielder with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, a 2-meter-tall woman with a head full of braids, a winged black panther, and a bearded young man carrying a giant axe. These 5 people didn't mean that they were the strongest in the group. It could only be said that their speed, endurance, and stamina surpassed ordinary people. At the very least, some of the people Yi Chen overtook were extremely dangerous people, such as the handsome young man with a strange demeanor. Hee, there's a new member. The beautiful snake lady Medusa looked over. Quite powerful. I wonder how long he can last. The bearded young man said lightly. In a situation where they didn't know how long the track was, no one dared to increase their speed to the limit. Everyone would only maintain their speed at the limit that they could accept. For example, 30%, 40%, or even 50%. Very few people exceeded 50%. After all, the faster the speed, the faster the stamina would be consumed. It was not a wise move. I bet he can last more than 2 days. Among the 5, the black-clothed young man didn't bother to speak. The saber wielder was very cold. The winged black panther also didn't like to talk. Therefore, only Medusa and the bearded young man spoke. This young man was ranked 42nd on the king list. People called him Great Axe Xiao Erlang. 2 days later, I won. Medusa giggled. I didn't bet with you. Xiao Erlang rolled his eyes. 1 week later, I can't run anymore. How long is this damn track? Who knows? Anyway, in these 10 days, just from what I saw, more than 30 people were eliminated. What a tragedy. In such a harsh environment, everyone could last 1 or 2 days. But after 10 days, many people were exhausted and lost the right to continue. 20 days later, including the ones before, was an entire month. Forget it. I'm not running anymore. If I keep running, I'll die of exhaustion. After a month of running, more than 90% of the participants had collapsed. The number of people still running was less than 300. The terror of the God trial field was far beyond their imagination. Even Yi Qin didn't expect that the track would be so long, as if there was no end. I can't hold on anymore. Lan Xian was soaked in sweat. Her vision was blurry. She didn't think she could finish the entire track, but until the last moment, she wouldn't allow herself to fall. At this point, it's no longer a test of endurance and stamina. It's more of a test of will. Turning his head, the vertical eye between his brows opened. Yi Chen saw Lan Xian. Is this guy a monster? Right now, Du Sha was exhausted to death. Seeing that Yi Qin did not have a trace of fatigue, she was completely convinced. Another 2 days passed. This was the 33rd day. Lan Xian walked as if she was sleepwalking. Her eyes had lost focus, and her face was frighteningly pale. She had already lost consciousness. The only thing that kept her going was her unyielding will. On the track, a person was quickly catching up to the people in front of him. It was a playful young man, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Hey, Du Sha, I've caught up to you. How come I'm so far behind?" Du Sha turned her head and said with a bitter smile, "You finally have some fighting spirit." The handsome young man was ranked 12th on the Heavenly King list. People called him Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. His talent was publicly recognized. If he had a bit of fighting spirit, it would be easy for him to rank in the top 10. I can't help it. I'm a person who can't bring up fighting spirit. But the length of the track is beyond imagination. I'm interested. Lu Wenxiu grinned. The 4 people in front are not easy to surpass. I wish you a safe journey. Du Sha waved her hand. She didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. Sending the guy away was the right thing to do. Then I'll go first. His figure flickered as Lu Wenxiu's speed soared. Truly a monster among monsters. Du Sha was speechless. At noon, Lu Wenxiu finally caught up to the 4 people in front. "Ghost Genius, you finally caught up," Qiao Erlang greeted. "I've kept you waiting." Lu Wenxiu's face was neither red nor out of breath. "This guy has caught up?" Lu Wenxiu's arrival attracted the attention of Blade Man and Black Panther. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu was a famous name in the other 3 great starfields. Many ninth-layer life and death experts had praised him, saying that his talent was one of the strongest in the 4 great starfields. There were no more than 3 who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Yi Chen was also paying attention to Lu Wenxiu. This guy's physical strength was not necessarily stronger than others, but his utilization of strength had reached a frightening level. No matter how fast his speed was, he was always in the most effortless state. There was also a sun in the God trial field. The dazzling sunlight shone on everyone's body. Suddenly, a strand of glaring golden radiance flickered. "We've reached the finish line. That's the triumphal arch," Qiao Erlang said. The end of the track was still nowhere to be seen, but everyone could see a huge, golden, triumphal arch. It was unknown how far this arch was from where they were, but they could see it clearly. "I'm going to speed up. See you guys." The winged Black Panther's speed soared again and again. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by several times, leaving the 4 several hundred li behind. However, the 4 caught up again in the next moment. "What a joke! The first place is mine." The black-robed youngster sneered and continued to increase his speed. "That's not necessarily true." Blade Man chased closely. "I, Qiao Erlang, still have 30% of my physical strength." Qiao Erlang was ranked 42nd on the Heavenly King ranking, but in terms of physical strength, he was at least in the top 10. Right now, we're not competing in physical strength, but explosive power. Lu Wenxiu's hair was blown backward. His narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. At this moment, his true appearance was slightly revealed. "You guys really are a bit hard to deal with. In that case, I'll leave you all in the dust." The black-robed youngster took a deep breath and leaned forward. With a rumble, he shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, his explosive power breaking the ground. Damn! The Black Panther even used its wings, but it was still left further and further behind by the black-robed youngster. Just how monstrous are these people? Hundreds of thousands of li away, Du Sha's soul power sensed the 5 people in front of her. Other than dumbfounded, she had no words to describe them. The black-robed youngster left a trail of dust in his wake. The 4 people behind him were getting further and further away. Ten Shinbi for the first place, I can't let him go. Thinking of Ten Shinbi, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Under the gazes of the 3, Yi Chen's speed rose to the limit. Because of his speed, his afterimages were still left behind. Chapter 1054. Impossible. How can he still increase his speed at this stage? The young man's pupils shrunk. Before this, they had already increased their speed twice. What an incredible figure. His control of power, speed, explosiveness, and stamina are all top-notch. No matter how bad he is in other aspects, he won't be that bad. Yi Chen's sudden burst of speed shocked Lu Winxiu, Qiao Erlang, and the others. 3rd place is worth 2 Shinbi. I must get it. The Black Panther's body quickly squirmed and finally turned into a leopard man. Behind him, a pair of black wings flapped at an astonishing frequency. Due to the huge gravity on the runway, the running speed was faster than the flying speed. Therefore, this pair of wings did not allow the leopard man to fly. Instead, it allowed him to take every step that was equivalent to 10 steps for others. It was like an air current driver. Then, let's have a competition. Below Lu Winxiu's knees, her muscles twisted into strands like highly elastic springs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Winxiu's speed increased rapidly, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Forget it. I, Qiao Erlang, have stamina, but my speed is too slow. Qiao Erlang gave up on the top 3. Until the last moment, no one knows what the result will be. The blade artist wasn't discouraged at all. He burst out with speed from time to time, but soon slowed down again. Bailey Hun, sometimes you should relax and maintain your peak fighting spirit, but you have to pay a high price. Who knows? You might have come a long way. Qiao Erlang warned. Bailey Hun, ranked 10th on the Heaven King ranking, called Soul Slasher. I'm afraid that I won't be able to use Soul Slasher once I relax. Blade artist Bailey Hun said indifferently. Qiao Erlang sighed. It was really hard to have Lung Fifan as a target. Who didn't know that guy had a strong potential to reach the peak? In theory, the potential of the ghost genius Lu Winxiu was not inferior to Lung Fifan. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, because Lung Fifan had a strong enterprising spirit, while Lu Winxiu only had fighting spirit for things she was interested in, and other things were half-hearted. I'm a body refiner king, and my control of power has reached the 4th layer. Why can't I shake him off? The young man in black glanced at Yi Chen coldly. What a terrifying fellow. Yi Chen had already raised his speed to the maximum, but from time to time, he would still be overtaken by his opponent. The first was Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth. The 2 of them had already left the second group behind by tens of thousands of li. The second group was Lu Winxiu and the leopard man. The 2 of them had also left the third group behind by 50 to 60,000 li. The third group was Qiao Erlang and by Li Huan. Basically, the top 3 had nothing to do with them. However, this was not because they were not fast enough or did not have enough explosive power. They had left Du Sha behind by more than 1 million li, and left the people behind her behind by more than 10 million li. There's still about 1 million li to go. If there was no gravity here, and they didn't need to restore their true essence, then 1 million miles would only take them several breaths of time. But here, they would need to spend thousands of times that amount of time. Heavy breathing sounds came out from Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth's nostrils. At this time, the two of them had already used up all of their stamina and were competing in speed. Increasing their speed unceasingly, the two of them could only increase their speed slightly. It was like how no matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could only increase their speed by a little bit. Although the two's current speed was countless times faster than ordinary people, right now they were just like ordinary people. But this was already enough. Even if they were 1/100th of a meter faster than their opponent, it would still be a victory. Don't waste your energy. If you maintain your peak speed, every breath you take will consume tens of times or even hundreds of times more energy than before. Even the most energy-conserving state will be removed. However, I'm different. Maintaining my peak speed for a long time is a common occurrence for me. The black-clothed youth said indifferently, "Indeed, you're a body refiner king. You have the advantage in this aspect. But I don't think that I can't last a few 100,000 li. At this time, there were only 50 to 60,000 li left to go." "Is that so? It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I wonder how much stamina you have left after being attacked." "I advise you not to do so. Moreover, even if you do, it's meaningless." Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. "Then, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from." The black-clothed youth approached Yi Chen while maintaining his high speed. His left hand formed a fist and punched toward Yi Chen's head. Visible to the naked eye, for overlapping ripples burst out. Fourth layer. "You'll know now." Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen met the attack with a palm. Rumble. Obviously, there was no Jin Yuan or Qi power, but the two's exchange was still like a landslide. Violent Qi flow revolved around the two of them. Fourth layer. The two were blown away by the explosive force and landed on the edge of the track. The moment they landed, they lowered their bodies slightly to dissipate the force and continued running at high speed. The pause was no more than a breath's time. Moving his left hand's 5 fingers, the black-clothed youth said word by word. Yi Chen's palm clearly contained the 4 stacks. Of course, things were far from that simple. If it was only the 4 stacks, no one would be able to defeat a body refinement king. However, the opponent's palm didn't rely on palm power alone. Instead, it relied on the power of his fingers. Each finger contained the 4 stacks, and 5 fingers represented 5 waves of 4 stacks. When the 5 waves of 4 stacks converged together, the resulting power would tear apart and destroy everything, worthy of being a body refiner king. Yi Chen's right hand was slightly numb as the blood and qi in his arm flowed backward. Yeah, the two are fighting. Lu Winchio's brows raised. To be able to fight evenly with Black Destruction King, how much power does that palm contain? The leopard man exclaimed. Lu Winchio said, "It seems like he has also reached the 4th layer realm. Moreover, it's not an ordinary 4th layer. Black Destruction King has met his match." Black Destruction King Zhou Jian was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly King list, a body refiner king. He was one of the few experts who had participated in the trial of God twice. Tooth-bursting fist. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian attacked again. This time it wasn't just 4th layer, but a powerful fist art with 4th layer as its foundation. It was just like Yi Chen's 5 elements sword palm. Clang! Yi Chen unsheathed his demon slaughtering sword. As a sword artist, sword arts were his forte. The two's battle was so intense that their speed gradually slowed down. Lu Winchio and the leopard man gradually caught up. The more intense their battle is, the better. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. The leopard man grinned. Their leopard race could be said to be unparalleled in the world, but it was easy for them to get tired. With his ability, he could only maintain it for 30 breaths. If he wasn't left behind by the two in front of him by 30 breaths, then he had a 70% chance of surpassing them and obtaining 1st place. Don't be delusional. Do you think they're hot-headed people? Lu Winchio shook her head. That's not necessarily true. There can only be one first, and with their similar speed, it's possible for either of them to obtain first place. Here comes the problem. Black Destruction King is determined to obtain first place, and he won't allow himself to fail. He will definitely choose to exhaust his opponent's stamina. As for me, I only need to maintain my current distance to make them lower their guard, unless you remind them. The leopard man looked at Lu Winxiu. Don't worry, I don't like an unchanging competition. You can try. Of course, don't think that I, Lu Winxiu, have given up on the competition. That would be the best. It would be meaningful to obtain first place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian and Ghost Genius Lu Winxiu. Clang! 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 The battle ahead had already reached its climax. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian's fist arts were tyrannical and unrivaled. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword arts were sharp enough to cut through everything. Even Zhou Jian's fist arts couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. Autumn water. The moonlight shattered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Swish! Blood splashed out from Zhou Jian's face. If he hadn't tilted his head slightly at the critical moment, this sword would have cut his head in two. After losing his strength, his body's defense was only 10 times stronger than other life and death kings of the same realm. It was impossible for him to block Yi Chen's sword. Swish! Zhou Jian pulled back, his eyes as cold as blades. In terms of physical strength and defense, body refinement kings indeed had the upper hand. However, it was precisely because they were body refinement kings that their moves were straightforward and didn't have too many variations. For them, as long as they had enough speed and power, it was enough. There was no need for them to spend time on variations, which would instead lead them down the wrong path. However, after losing their strength, their speed and power were no longer overwhelming. Of course, this didn't mean that body refinement kings were at a disadvantage after losing their strength. On the contrary, body refinement kings still had the upper hand. Unfortunately, Zhou Jian's opponent was Yi Chen. After several exchanges, Yi Chen soon saw through Zhou Jian's blind spot. This guy is not simple. He is definitely not simple. Zhou Jian's expression turned serious. Although he was very confident in his speed and physical strength, he wouldn't lose his confidence if someone really took the first place. After all, geniuses like them still relied on their battle prowess. However, just now, Yi Chen had actually seen through his blind spot. This kind of eyesight wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Following this, Zhou Jian gave up on attacking Yi Chen. In a situation where he couldn't use his strength, he didn't have much chance of winning. Yi Chen was happy to see this. He indeed didn't have much strength left. Although that leopard man was hiding very well, Yi Chen could still sense a covetous aura from him. The destination was approaching, but the four of them were still able to increase their speed. When they were only 10,000 li away from the destination, Zhou Jian's speed once again increased by 10%. However, Yi Chen's burst of speed was even faster than his. What was even more shocking was that the leopard man was constantly closing the distance. With his speed, it was very likely that he would be able to stand side by side with Yi Chen and Black Destruction King at the final moment. Very soon, they arrived at the triumphal arch. 3 figures flashed past, arriving almost at the same time. Chapter 1055. TCH, just a little bit more. The leopard man was extremely unwilling. Huff! Zhou Jian panted heavily as his shoulders heaved up and down. In front of him was Yi Chen's back. In that split second, the 3 seemed to have reached the finish line at the same time. But in reality, Yi Chen was half a body's length faster than him, and he was half a body's length faster than the Leopard King. In other words, Yi Chen was first, he was second, and the Leopard King was third. Yi Chen's panting was much louder than Zhou Jian's. Since becoming a life and death king, this was the first time he had experienced a lack of oxygen in his brain. There was a hint of blood in his throat. However, this race had also made his blood boil. Every cell in his body was cheering. What's going on? I'm at the finish line. It teleported me to the finish line in an instant. Could it be the rules of the track? Haha, great. I thought I would be eliminated. The moment Yi Chen and the other two reached the finish line, everyone else on the track was teleported over, including the unconscious Lan Xiener. Lu Wenxiu rubbed her chin. So that's how it is. When 3 people reach the finish line, those who are not eliminated will pass. This way, not too many people will be eliminated. Moreover, it also tests everyone's willpower. The God test field is indeed not simple. The rules are basically flawless. Hey, Lu Wenxiu, who is the first? Medusa, who had her hair tied up in braids, came over. Lu Wenxiu looked at Yi Chen. Who do you think it will be? So powerful. He snatched the first place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. How could Du Sha not understand Lu Wenxiu's meaning? Du Sha was not the only one who was shocked. The others nearby also knew who was the first from Lu Wenxiu's eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Jian to lose. Seems like he is only SOO. The one who spoke had an incomparably tall and sturdy body. His body was filled with explosive power, and his every movement gave off an oppressive feeling. He was the 61st ranked demon elephant by D. In terms of power, he was countless times stronger than the 99th ranked Iron Tiger King. The latter did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Bang! A terrifying scene occurred. Just as Demon Mammoth by D finished speaking, his huge body suddenly exploded. A fist slowly retracted. It was the king of Black Destruction, Zhou Jian. Looking around, everyone felt as if the sky had darkened. There was nothing but emptiness. The only thing they could see was a pair of indifferent eyes. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of heartbeats rang out in everyone's mind. The scene was dead silent. It was completely silent. In the next moment, the pressure disappeared. Those indifferent eyes shifted their target and looked at Yi Chen, who was supporting Lan Xian, not far away. Apart from a few people, most people did not dare to breathe. Their gazes also fell on Yi Chen. They did not know what would happen next. Young Master Yi, be careful. After arriving at the destination, the veritable essence in Lan Xian, Er's body recovered, and she gradually woke up. However, the Black Destruction King's gaze made her heart tighten. It doesn't matter. He can't do anything to me. Yi Chen said lightly. Oh, really? The King of Black Destruction's voice sounded. Letting go of Lan Xian Er's hands, Yi Chen turned around and looked at the King of Black Destruction with his long and narrow eyes. If you want to fight, you can do it now. I also want to see what kind of level a king of body refinement can reach with the selfless state. I hope it will be the same as Lung Fifan. Lung Fifan. The cross-scarred swordsman's pupils shrank. Have you met Lung Fifan? Du Sha murmured. Although the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan was ranked 7th, the Heaven King list was updated once every 3 years. This was the ranking from 3 years ago. With Lung Fifan's rapid progress, no one could say for sure what his current ranking would be. However, he would at least be within the top 7, or even top 3. He might even be first place. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Our Vermilion Bird Star field isn't the only place in the Divine Trial Field. The Azure Dragon Star Field, the White Tiger Star Field, and the Black Tortoise Star Field are also full of experts. At that time, your hands and legs will be weak. The one who came out to stop the fight was Lu Wenxiu. He stood between the two and shrugged helplessly. If it was someone else, Zhou Jian would definitely tell them to scram. Although he didn't want to fight with Yi Chen right now, it was Lu Wenxiu. Although Zhou Jian was confident he could beat Lu Wenxiu, he wouldn't ignore him. Lu Wenxiu's talent was known to all. He was as famous as Lung Fifan. Such a person, no matter how hard he worked, as long as he didn't lose interest in cultivation, his future would be bright. Let's postpone our battle. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Turning around, Zhou Jian strode away. Zhou Jian's departure allowed the crowd to heave a sigh of relief. Other than Lu Wenxiu and a few others, no one could withstand more than 2 or 3 moves from him. Even someone as powerful as the demonic elephant Bai Di was smashed to pieces by a single punch from him. However, at the same time, the crowd was also very curious about this mysterious swordsman, Yi Qin. They were the elite geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Star field. They might not have heard of ordinary geniuses, but a swordsman that even Zhou Jian didn't dare to casually challenge was something they had never heard of. Lu Wenxiu, you're such a busybody. This old lady still wants to see their battle. Du Sha lamented. Lu Wenxiu softly said, They are the top experts of our Vermilion Bird Star field. It would be a pity to eliminate either one of them. In any case, the divine trial field has just begun. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Let's go. Yi Qin walked toward the third dot on the light screen. Okay, Lan Xian, and nodded obediently. Yi Qin's mysteriousness was beyond her imagination. Even the famous Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, seemed to be very afraid of him. Fate was just this strange. If she hadn't been asleep for 5 years, her sister Lan Xen wouldn't have gone to the Black Death secret realm to find the soul return fruit. If she hadn't gone to the Black Death secret realm, she wouldn't have met Yi Qin, and she wouldn't have received Yi Qin's guidance. The third trial was a huge stone forest. At the entrance of the stone forest, there was also a wooden board with the rules of the third trial written on it. The general meaning was that after entering the stone forest, one would be randomly teleported to a rock. The 5 people on the rock formed a small group, and their goal was to kill a designated small group. If they could kill the small group without any losses, they would pass. If they lost 1 person, they would pass according to their ranking. Only 30 small groups could pass the third trial. In general, the top 30 groups would pass, and the bottom 30 would be eliminated. There were 250 people present, and they could be roughly divided into more than 50 small groups. In addition, other than the target group, they weren't allowed to kill other groups. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. As for who the target group was, there was no need to worry. After entering, the trial talisman would show the image of the target group members. Interesting. Is this a test of our teamwork? Hunting was different from fighting head-on. In a head-on battle, it was possible for a person to kill 5 or even 10 people. However, hunting was different. The opponent would definitely be hiding in the dark and wouldn't give you a chance to fight head-on unless you were very confident in yourself. Most importantly, your group couldn't lose too many people. If you lost 1 person, you might be eliminated. If you lost more than 2 people, there was basically no hope. What was needed was teamwork, not individual heroism. Zhou Jian frowned and walked in. Then, everyone walked into the stone forest. Swoosh! The next moment, everyone was teleported to different places. Yi Qin appeared on a rock that had been pushed down. There were 4 people beside him. A 2-meter-tall, coquettish woman with braids, a short, ordinary young man who looked very dexterous, a sturdy young man, and a young man with a huge bow on his back. What a coincidence! Now I should be able to see him fight. Du Sha was secretly happy. Yi Qin said, My name is Yi Qin, swordsman. I am Du Sha. I am very confident in my body movement. In addition, my talent is petrification. Du Sha didn't mean to hide her ability, but there was no need to. She was ranked 48th on the Sky King list. Everyone knew what abilities she had. As long as she didn't expose her killer moves, it would be fine. Lu Ren Yi, good at lurking, tracking, and assassination. The short young man said lightly. The young man said in a low voice, I don't have any special skills. I just have a strong defense, and am good at head-on attacks. Xiao Shui, archer. The young man with the huge bow introduced. Yi Qin nodded and said, Our team is not bad. We have assassins and archers. Du Sha's petrification ability is also a killer move. Under the circumstances, Assassins could kill people who were much stronger than themselves. Archers could suppress their opponents from a distance. The petrification ability was even better. Once the opponent was petrified, they could only be fish on the chopping board. Buzz! Suddenly, the trial runes on the chests of the 5 people lit up. A light screen appeared out of nowhere. On the light screen, the images of the 5 people appeared. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan. Du Sha's eyes narrowed. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, ranked 33rd on the Sky King list. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan, ranked 56th on the Sky King list. Both of them were not only on the Sky King list, but they were very agile and terrifying. They might not be the best in a head-on fight, but if they were in an advantageous situation, they could easily kill their opponents. 100-Face Fox King is extremely cunning and has keen senses. Duan Fan's stealth and assassination ability is far above mine. Don't let me deal with them. Lu Rin, he didn't want to deal with people he couldn't deal with, unless it was a last resort. Don't worry, you just need to assassinate this person. Yi Chen pointed to one of them. This person had the weakest aura. No problem. I promise to complete the task. Oh no, our opponent is actually him. On the 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey's side, besides Chui Bailey and Duan Fan, the other 3 were pale. Yi Chen on the light screen brought them despair. Chapter 1056. Although Chui Bailey and Duan Fan did not look as bad as them, they still had a bad look on their faces. Among the group, there were 5 people that they were most afraid of: Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, Soul Slasher Blade by Li Huan, Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, Death Illusion Master Ji Qingyue, and Sword Artist Yi Chen. There were more than 50 groups, and the chance of them running into these 5 people was only 1 in 10. Brother Chui, what do you think we should do? The battle hasn't even started, but 3 of us have already lost our fighting spirit. This is not a good sign. Duan Fan slowly exhaled and asked. Chui Bailey said, "If we want to kill him, we have no chance of winning. But why do we have to kill him? As long as we kill his team members, victory will belong to us." These are 2 different concepts. That's right. The 3rd test is about teamwork. Only with teamwork can we succeed. It seems that it is necessary to give them more confidence. Just the 2 of us are not enough. The 2 quickly realized that teamwork was the only hope for victory. Since there was a group, there would naturally be a leader. Although Yi Chen was not interested in being the leader, he could not refuse the position because it was related to passing the test. Under the recommendation of the 4 people, he became the leader of this group. Lu Ren-yi, you are responsible for assassinating one of them. After the assassination is successful, lurk again and wait for an opportunity to kill the other opponents. Du Sha, you and Lu Rin, you should have no problem dealing with one of them, right? Yi Chen turned to look at Du Sha. Du Sha said, "Don't worry, I only need 2 moves to finish them off." Nodding, Yi Chen said to Xiao Shui, "You don't need to get close to them. Your task is to occupy the high ground and suppress the opponents according to your judgment. As for me, I will deal with Fox King Chui Bailey and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track Duan Fan." What about me? The young giant was called Ouyang Tai. Your task is to wait. The moment the 2 groups start fighting, you will intercept the last person. Ouyang Tai was not talented in stealth and would only ruin things. Therefore, his task was the lightest. He only needed to hide and attack when the battle started. As time passed, the 5 separated by hundreds of meters. With Yi Chen as the arrowhead, they slowly moved forward. Ouyang Tai and Xiao Shui followed at the back. Buzz! Suddenly, the trial talisman lit up and the 5 human figures on the light screen disappeared. Leader, they disappeared. Lu Ren-yi's voice rang out from the trial talisman. This voice was wrapped up by the trial talisman's power and directly entered Yi Chen's ears. The rock forest was the same as the dense fog forest. It was impossible to release one's sole force. The only method of communication here was true essence, sound transmission. But true essence, sound transmission required one to know the other's position. This was very difficult to accomplish, but they soon discovered that the smelting trial symbol could be used to send true essence, sound transmissions. Of course, they had to be in a small group. Yi Chen deduced. It should be one of the hidden rules of Stone Forest. When the distance between the two parties is within a certain range, the trial talisman will turn off its detection function. Now, we need to slow down and be patient. After walking for a while, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Du Sha, go to my position. Xiao Shui, Ouyang Tai, be careful of the ambush from behind." Xiao Shui asked hesitantly, "You suspect that they will circle behind us?" "We have to be careful." Originally, with the trial talisman's detection function, they only needed to move forward. But with the trial talisman's detection function gone, they had no choice but to be careful. Team battles were ever-changing and required a strong ability to adapt to any situation. Letting Du Sha go to his position was because she was strong enough. Even if she encountered the 100-face Fox King Chui Bailey, it would be impossible for her to be instantly killed. As for him, he would move back and maintain a horizontal line with Xiao Shui and Ouyang Tai in case of a sneak attack. This way he could attack and retreat and not be caught off guard. Leader, Du Sha quietly arrived at Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen said, "Be careful. Right now, your task is the most important. If they don't circle behind us, you will be responsible for delaying them for a while. Of course, I don't think they will take the risk to attack you without knowing who the enemy is. They will definitely be wary of the rest of us. So, if you encounter such a situation, you don't need to risk your life to fight them. Try to delay them as much as possible." Understood. Du Sha nodded. Soon, Yi Chen was 500 meters to the right of Xiao Shui. While advancing, he carefully sensed the movements behind him. After about half a cup of tea's time, the advancing speed of the 5 people slowed down. It wasn't because they sensed something, but because of the invisible killing intent. They knew that the enemy was not far from them and could attack at any time. Lu Rin majored in Shadow Profound. His whole body blended into the shadows of the rocks and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. At this moment, there was an inaudible movement from the front left. "There's movement. No, it's probably a trap. Maybe it's a doppelganger. Oh well, I can alert them." Lu Rinyi's shadow split into 2. One of the shadows moved stealthily towards the source of the commotion. When it was less than 100 meters away from the source of the movement, the shadow suddenly stood up and silently flew over like a ghost. On the way, it turned into Lu Rinyi's image. Ding! Both sides exchanged blows. Their speed was extremely fast. Lu Rin endured and did not move. No, it's the real body. Suddenly, Lu Renyi's face flashed with astonishment. His shadow doppelganger did not even last for a breath's time and was directly killed by the opponent. This made him understand that it was not the opponent's doppelganger, but the opponent's real body. Without hesitation, Lu Rin darted out, turning into countless shadows that were hard to distinguish. Over at Du Sha's side, she was being attacked by dozens of red foxes. Although these red foxes were formed from demonic energy, they possessed astonishing speed and could even breathe fire. This was the innate ability of the 100 Changes Fox King Chui Bailey. 100 Foxes attack. With a wave of his palm, the red foxes were petrified one after another. Du Sha did not dare to be careless. Chui Bailey's real body must be one of the red foxes. If the opponent did not attack, it would definitely be an earth-shattering attack. Behind, Ouyang Tai's hair stood on end. There were actually 3 enemies attacking him. Could it be that the target team had circled to the back? Among these 3 people, one was Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, the other 2 were holding a spear, and the other had extraordinary leg skills. The 3 of them formed a triangle and instantly surrounded Ouyang Tai. "Xiao, Xiao Shui subconsciously drew his bow and shot an arrow at Duan Fan, who posed the greatest threat to Ouyang Tai. The bowstring vibrated and 12 sharp arrows shot out, turning into 12 shadows. Puff, 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 puff. Out of the 12 sharp arrows, 4 of them pierced through Duan Fan's body. However, Xiao Shui's face turned pale. That was a doppelganger, not the real body. He had fallen into a trap. He die. Duan Fan appeared behind Xiao Shui out of nowhere, his black dagger aimed at the back of his head. Puff! The one who died was not Xiao Shui, but Duan Fan. His head flew up. The one who attacked was Yi Qin. However, this wasn't his true form. His true form was still hidden near Ouyang Tai. In the instant that Ouyang Tai was fighting with the other two, he shot out his black dagger, transforming into a black poisonous snake. The snake's tongue flicked out, and killing intent exploded out. Even with Ouyang Tai's defense, if he was hit by this attack, he would still be stunned. And once he was stunned, the 2 people fighting with him could kill him in an instant. Puff! This time, Duan Fan's head flew up again, blood splattering everywhere. This was his real body, and the one who attacked him was actually Yi Qin. What? Don't tell me he can teleport? Duan Fan's flying head mumbled. In the rock forest, not only could one's soul power not be released, the whole forest was also enveloped by a heavy power. In one breath, one could only travel 200 to 300 meters, which was extremely slow. Xiao Shui's current position was more than 600 meters away from here. If he wanted to come over, he would need at least 2 breaths of time. But now, not even half a breath had passed. How did the other party come over and hide so well that even he couldn't find him? He actually saw through Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then this one must be fake. If I can kill one, I'll kill one. A figure appeared beside Xiao Shui. It was the 100 Faces Fox King, Chui Bailey. The red fox that attacked Du Sha was created by his innate ability, not his real body. Puff! After killing Yi Chen's doppelganger, Chui Bailey attacked Xiao Shui. He had absolute confidence that he could kill his opponent in one move. Arrowless shot. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui seemed to be aware of his existence. He quickly released the bowstring, but there was no arrow on it. Bang! The invisible arrow chi obstructed Chui Bailey for a moment. Xiao Shui took the opportunity to increase the distance between them, but in the next moment he was blocked by another member of his opponent's team. You can't escape. Chui Bailey was expressionless. Duan Fan had been killed, which meant that they were doomed to fail. But before that, they had to drag the other party down with them, so that their team would not be able to reach the top 30. Chui Bailey, your opponent is me. A stone wall formed between Chui Bailey and Xiao Shui. Du Sha had rushed over. Me too. Lu Rin Yi waved his palm, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Chui Bailey. Seeing this scene, Chui Bailey was instantly disappointed. He understood that he didn't even have the qualifications to drag the other party down. Although they had 2 people on their side, they couldn't kill 3 people in a short period of time. Even Du Sha alone wouldn't be easy to deal with. On the other side, Duan Fan had been killed. The young man with the spear and the young man with the powerful leg technique had their faces ashen. Puff! Puff! Their heads fell to the ground. The 2 of them had been killed by Yi Qin in an instant. In this way, Yi Chen's side had 5 people against 2. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. Even if Chui Bailey had entered the Inata state, it wouldn't be of any use. That was close. Lu Rin wiped his sweat. Previously, when his shadow doppelganger was killed, he thought that the other party was Duan Fan's real body. He didn't expect that it was still a doppelganger, Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then he received a message from Yi Qin and immediately rushed over. It was indeed very close. Yi Qin nodded. There wasn't a single enemy in front of them. The other parties, 5 people had all gone to the back. As for the front, only Duan Fan's doppelganger and a red fox that Chui Bailey had created with his talent ability were left behind to delay them. The other party's goal was obviously to kill Xiao Shui and Ouyang Tai in an instant. Ouyang Tai was their target. As for Xiao Shui, they would kill him if they could. If Yi Chen arrived, they would give up. However, they underestimated Yi Chen's eyesight. Yi Chen instantly sensed that Duan Fan's doppelganger was near Xiao Shui. At the same time, Cui Bailey and another person were hiding nearby. Therefore, he first created a shadow doppelganger to deal with Duan Fan's doppelganger while his real body rushed over to Ouyang Tai's side. Of course, he had already reminded Du Sha and Lu Rin to rush over to help Xiao Shui. In short, in terms of strategy, Yi Chen's side had completely lost. After all, the opponent was Cui Bailey, an extremely cunning fox king. Chapter 1057. After killing Cui Bailey's team without any losses, Yi Chen's group was sent out of the rock forest and arrived at a fork in the road. There were 5 paths in front of them, but they were blocked by an invisible force. It was estimated that they would have to wait for the others to arrive before the blockade could be lifted. Mr. Yi. There was only one group that was faster than Yi Chen's group. This group was led by the evil-looking young man. Lan Xian was also among them. Seeing Yi Chen appear, she hurried over. "You guys are quite fast," Yi Chen said. Lan Xian glanced at the evil-looking young man in the distance and said, "Actually, I didn't play much of a role. We have the illusionist of death, Ji Changyue. His illusions have reached the realm of perfection. The 5 people in the target group were all under his illusions." Illusionist of death, Ji Changyue, ranked 15th on the Sky King list, was the number 1 illusionist of the younger generation in the Vermilion Bird Star region. It was said that his illusions had reached the realm of being able to be released from his heart. He could attach his illusions to others, and once touched, they would suffer the backlash of the illusions. If a team had an illusionist, the strength of the team would increase by at least 1 level. If they had a top illusionist like Ji Changyue, the strength of the team would undoubtedly multiply. This person is dangerous. Although he is ranked 15th, the top 10 could only win by a hair's breadth. Now that 3 years have passed, his level of danger is no less than that of the top 5. Du Sha explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Illusionists were indeed very dangerous people. They could easily win against people who were stronger than them, but they could also lose to people who were slightly weaker than them. It all depended on how much resistance you had against illusions, and whether or not you could break the opponent's illusions. If you could not, then you would be trapped in the illusions and would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping board. Soon, the 3rd team that passed the test appeared. The team leader was Master Si Suo, ranked 77th on the Sky King list. In the field of illusions in the Vermilion Bird Star region, only Ji Changyue could beat him. It was said that his illusions could control the 5 senses. Lu Wenxiu, Bai Lihuan, Black-Feathered, Leopard King, Qiao Erlang. Basically, all the geniuses on the Sky King list had passed in their groups. Only the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, had not passed. "I'm afraid Zhou Jian won't make it this time." Qiao Erlang shook his head. Du Sha said, "Zhou Jian's strength is incomparably great, and his aura is unrivaled by mine. However, it is also because of this that he is obstinate and self-opinionated. He likes to be straightforward and thinks that his own strength is enough to solve everything. If my guess is correct, he will definitely want to use a head-on battle to finish off his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent will not do as he wishes. If he wants to pass this stage, he can only let the more intelligent person in the group become the team leader and listen to his commands." Just as Du Sha had said, Zhou Jian had almost fallen into a desperate situation. In the beginning, he was the team leader. His plan was to go all out and ignore everything else. However, what he did not expect was that the other party did not fight them head-on at all. First, they used doppelgangers and fake bodies to attract their team strength, then killed 2 of their members from the side, and finally retreated calmly. Facing Zhou Jian, who had almost gone berserk, of the remaining 2 people, the more intelligent and calm young man, disregarding the possibility of angering Zhou Jian, suggested to the other party that he be the team leader and listen to his commands. Otherwise, they would all be eliminated, including Zhou Jian. Although Zhou Jian was conceited, he had lost 2 of his team members. No matter how conceited he was, he had to admit that he was not good at scheming. In other words, he was too lazy to use his brain. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Zhou Jian agreed to the other party's suggestion. In the end, Zhou Jian's group of 3 passed. Their ranking was very dangerous, 29th place. The 30th place group also lost 2 members, so they passed slightly slower than them. Out of the 30 groups, 12 groups were unharmed. 15 groups lost 1 member, and 3 groups lost 2 members. In total, there were 129 people. In just 3 stages, the number of people from the Vermilion Bird Star field had dropped from 15,000 to 129. The elimination rate was shocking. No one knew what the 4th stage was going to be. There were 5 paths leading to the 4th stage. On the wooden sign, it was written that any one of the paths could lead to the 4th stage. The difference was that the 5 paths represented 5 different 4th stages. 5 different 4th stages. So, it's possible to choose a trial that you're not good at, or you can choose a trial that you're good at. Lu Wenxiu's words hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, everyone nodded in their hearts. Indeed, the trial of God wasn't just a test of martial strength. Otherwise, there would be no need to create so many stages. Just a simple martial arts competition would do. The first stage tested survival ability. The second stage tested willpower, and the third stage tested teamwork. As for the 4th stage, it was likely that it wouldn't be simple either. I hope I can choose the 4th stage that I'm not good at. Lu Wenxiu smiled lightly and walked toward the 4th path. 5 paths, but there is only one. The 5 paths seemed to lead them to face different 4th trials. But what difference did it make? No matter what the 4th trial was, they had to challenge it. This was something that would not change. If they were hesitant when faced with 5 paths that led to the unknown, it meant that their hearts were not firm enough. Yi Chen walked toward the middle path, which was the 3rd path. Lan Xian thought about it and didn't choose to walk with Yi Chen. If she wanted to be independent, she had to learn to be independent. Just as Yi Chen had said, relying on others wouldn't last long. She could only rely on herself. There were many people on the Heaven King list who chose the same path as Yi Chen, such as the 24th ranked Black Feathered Leopard King, the 42nd ranked Great Axe Qiao Erlang, and the 48th ranked Beautiful Snake Tusha. Of course, there were even more elite geniuses who weren't on the Heaven King list. There were 20 to 30 of them. At the end of the path was a huge palace. The palace had 4 doors that led to 4 different paths. Yi Chen's group had come from the southern path. Before entering the palace, they could already hear noises coming from inside. Hey, there are voices inside. It seems that the 4th stage is to meet up with people from the other 3 major star fields, Tusha said. Qiao Erlang smiled. That's more interesting. The Black Feathered Leopard King nodded. That's right. It's best if we can meet the Strange Wolf King. Let's see who's faster. Stepping forward, Yi Chen's group entered the palace through the southern path. Hua! The moment they appeared, they became the center of attention. Countless gazes came from the east, west, and north. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were cold. The people from the Vermilion Bird Star field are here, but they don't seem to have any strong experts. There are only 3 people on the Heaven King list. Not bad. At least it's better than the Black Tortoise Star field. There are only 2 people on the Heaven King list, and less than 20 people passed. The ones who spoke were the elites from the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Star fields. It was common knowledge that among the 4 major star fields, the Azure Dragon Star field was the strongest. The White Tiger Star field was slightly inferior, but in terms of top experts, they weren't inferior to the Azure Dragon Star field. The second was the Vermilion Bird Star field, and the weakest was the Black Tortoise Star field. The black tortoise star field had always been at the bottom. Damn it, just wait and see. This time, our black tortoise star field will shine. In the northern area, the black tortoise star field's elites were indignant. This was a huge arena with 10 arenas on it. Each arena was a few hundred square miles. The area of the arena was shocking. Around the arena were stands for the east, west, south, and north. The Vermilion Bird Star field's platform corresponded to the southern viewing platform. Arriving at the southern viewing platform, Chow Erling commented, "The Azure Dragon Star field is indeed worthy of its reputation. There are more than 50 people, almost twice our number." The Black Feather Leopard King added, "The White Tiger Star field is not weak either. They also have more than 40 people." From the number of people who passed, one could tell the strength of each star field. The Azure Dragon Star field had slightly more people than the White Tiger Star field, roughly on the same level. The Vermilion Bird Star field and the Black Tortoise Star field were roughly on the same level. However, the Vermilion Bird Star field and the Black Tortoise Star field combined were only equal to one White Tiger Star field or one Azure Dragon Star field. This was the difference. With the arrival of Yi Chen's group, everyone's trial talismans lit up, displaying the fourth stage's rules on the light screen. The fourth stage's rules were simple. 10 battle stages, 10 battle stage masters, the one who could last until the end would pass. However, everyone had one chance to be eliminated. In other words, after you were defeated in a challenge, you still had another chance to challenge the other battle stage masters. If you failed the second challenge, you would be eliminated. When there were only 10 people left, in other words, 10 battle stage masters, the fourth stage would end. Only 10 people can pass. Du Sha's expression turned solemn. There were a total of 150 people present, but in the end, only 10 of them would pass. The other 140 would be eliminated. "Be careful," Yi Chen cautioned. "That's right." Chow Erling nodded. Including Yi Chen, they had 4 Heaven King list participants on their side, but the Azure Dragon Starfield had even more, a total of 8, 7 from the White Tiger Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. In total, there were 21 participants competing for 10 spots. One could imagine how difficult it would be. More than half of them would be eliminated. This did not include those powerful geniuses who were not ranked on the Heaven King list. For example, Yi Chan was strong enough to challenge the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, but he was not ranked on the Heaven King list. Who knew if there would be someone on the same level as Yi Chen? No, even if there was someone slightly weaker than him, it was already terrifying. 10 spots, is it? That's a little challenging. The Azure Dragon Starfield side also fell silent. Although they were strong, it was impossible for them to occupy all 10 spots, not even 5. The White Tiger Starfield was not much weaker than them. The Vermilion Bird Starfield and Black Tortoise Starfield combined were equivalent to one White Tiger Starfield. In this case, according to the probability, they could only occupy 1/3 of the spots. In other words, 3 or 4 spots. The others would be eliminated. Chapter 1058. 1. All of a sudden, 10 people were teleported onto the stage by an invisible force. 2 from the Azure Dragon Starfield, 3 from the White Tiger Starfield, 3 from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. From the looks of it, whoever was chosen would be the winner. There was no room for discussion. However, this was good as well. No one was willing to be the stage master from the start, unless they were extremely confident in themselves. So unlucky, the first person to be chosen is the stage master. The first one to be the stage master will be eliminated the fastest. Fine, I want to see how many rounds I can last. The 10 people who were forcibly chosen as the stage masters had different expressions on their faces, but they soon regained their composure. Since they were already here, there was nothing to worry about. Haha, I am the Azure Dragon Starfield's Yang Dingqing. Everyone says that the Black Tortoise Starfield attaches great importance to defense. I want to see if my Azure Dragon Sky-Crushing hand can break through your defense. Yang Dingqing's strength wasn't considered high. Among the 50-plus Azure Dragon Starfield experts present, he ranked at most in the top 20. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to pass, Yang Dingqing decided to give it his all. At the last moment, he wanted to shine with his own brilliance, so that others would remember him. So, in a flicker, Yang Dingqing appeared on the 4th stage. The person standing on the stage was an elite genius from the Black Tortoise Starfield. This person had a stocky build, exuding a steady aura. One look, and anyone could tell he was the defensive type. "I am Zheng Wu." Seeing Yang Dingqing come up, Zheng Wu cupped his fists. "Enough nonsense, take this." Yang Dingqing roared like a tiger, leaping into the air and striking out with his palm. As his palm struck out, an azure dragon condensed from his true essence rushed out. Giant spirit palm. Like Yang Dingqing, Zheng Wu specialized in palm techniques. Facing Yang Dingqing's azure dragon sky-crushing hand, he neither dodged nor dodged. The muscles on his right hand squirmed, expanding to several meters in length as he met the attack head-on. Rumble. The berserk energy radiated in all directions, forcing Zheng Wu to retreat a dozen steps, leaving a dozen shallow footprints on the arena floor. Yang Dingqing somersaulted in the air, dissipating the force of the impact. Then, like an azure dragon, he sent out another palm strike towards Zheng Wu. Just like that, one on the ground, the other in the air, like a soaring dragon, the two of them fought fiercely. Azure Dragon Soul Lock. After dozens of moves, Yang Dingqing displayed his ultimate move. A vivid and lifelike Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon coiled around Zheng Wu's body. Yang Dingqing grabbed out with his hand, and Zheng Wu's entire body exploded. When he reappeared, he was already below the stage. The structure of this Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon is too strong. It's like a real body. Zheng Wu still had a lingering fear in his heart. There were strong and weak things formed from Zhen Yuan or one's own energy. The strong ones had a natural and reasonable structure, while the weak ones only had the form, just like the difference between a diamond and carbon. I have dissected a few inferior dragons before. I am very clear about their structure. Being entangled by my Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon is no different from being entangled by an inferior dragon of the same level. Yang Dingqing smiled. Yang Dingqing, I, Yan Daxiong, challenge you. Their own star field's genius was defeated, losing his position as the stage lord. Some people from the Black Tortoise Starfield couldn't sit still. Most of them were destined to be eliminated. If they didn't challenge now, when would they? Challengers also appeared on other stages. The identities of these challengers were generally different from the stage lord. For example, if the stage lord was from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, then the challengers were definitely not from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but from the other 3 starfields. The Azure Dragon Starfield and White Tiger Starfield had the most challengers, thus forming a cycle. For example, the Stage Lord was originally from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but he was defeated by a genius from another starfield. No matter what, his own starfield had to retaliate. Of course, those who challenged at the beginning were those who thought they couldn't pass. Only a small number of Heavenly King ranking experts actually challenged. Other than that, there was a special rule in the 4th stage. Once a challenger failed, they had to challenge again within a quarter of an hour. They were not allowed to continue watching. In this way, more and more people were eliminated. Roughly 2 hours later, the number of eliminated people had reached 120. Other than the 10 stage lords, the Azure Dragon Starfield had 7 people. The White Tiger Starfield had 6, the Vermilion Bird Starfield had 4, and the White Tiger Starfield had 3. Stage number 1 will be occupied by me, Aokiji King. Finally, a powerful Heavenly King, ranked expert, made his move. He was the Azure Dragon Starfield's Aokiji King. ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. Among those present on the Heavenly King list, he was ranked third, second only to another expert from the Azure Dragon starfield and another expert from the White Tiger starfield. Stage number 1 forfeits. Du Sha shook her head. Risking his life against Akiji King is unwise. Let him stay on stage number 1. The Black Feather Leopard King nodded. Leave him to me. Before the three people's astonished gazes, Yi Chen leaped onto stage number 1 in a flicker. Once Yi Chen makes his move, stage number 1 is in the bag. Once Akiji King is defeated within a quarter of an hour, we should not become the other stage lords, lest we become Akiji King's target. Du Sha had seen Yi Chen's moves in the rock forest. Even the powerful ghost shadow perplexing steps, Duan Fan, and the 100-faced Fox King Chui Bailey were killed with a single sword strike. His elusive figure and unpredictable sword speed all told Du Sha that Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. Akiji King is ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. It shouldn't be so easy to defeat him, although I also think that Yi Chen is very strong. The Black Feather Leopard King said. Qiao Erlang said, Akiji King is the king of body refinement. In the past 3 years, he must have made great progress and may not lose to the top 10 figures. However, in comparison, like Du Sha, I am more optimistic about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's challenge to Akiji King made many people curious. He actually dares to challenge Akiji King. He is simply reckless. Akiji King's demon dragon-killing fist can penetrate a huge star of 100,000 miles, which is many times more powerful than a simple star shattering. If my guess is right, Akiji King must have refined 30% of the monster factor and entered the demon monster realm. The remaining geniuses of the Azure Dragon Star area were talking about it, full of confidence in Akiji King. No, Akiji King is in danger. The one who spoke was standing at the forefront, a tall, cold, and elegant young woman in a blue dress. Green Lightning King, why do you say that? If it was someone else who said this, they would definitely be dismissive and even ridiculed. But the one who spoke was none other than Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, who ranked the highest in the Heaven King list. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, ranked 4th on the Heaven King list, had the Thunder Water astral body. Although the astral body was rare, there were still some in the universe. Unfortunately, the astral body had always been slightly inferior to others. Although each of them was an expert, it was difficult to overwhelm everyone. But Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue was different. Not only did she have the Thunder Water astral body, but her comprehension was also extremely high, not inferior to anyone. The 4th place on the Heaven King list was the best proof. It is impossible for him not to know Akiji King's ranking, but he still dared to challenge him. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Gu Qingxue said lightly, Green Lightning King, this is just your guess. Maybe he is too confident and wants to use the battle record of defeating Akiji King to make a name for himself. It was difficult for everyone to accept that an unknown swordsman had the combat power to compete with Akiji King, although this thing had not happened yet. Whether it is or not, we will soon know, no need to say more. Gu Qingxue did not intend to explain. Finally, there is an interesting battle. In the stands where the White Tiger Star field was located, a woman with platinum hair that fell to her calves smiled faintly. Her facial features were sharp, giving people an unusually sharp feeling. Platinum, which Qi Hongyan, ranked 9th on the Heaven King list. On the first ring, Akiji King grinned. You actually dare to challenge me. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or reckless. Well, you don't seem to be weak. It should be able to relax my muscles and not be too boring. I advise you to stay vigilant, otherwise the battle will be over soon. Yi Chen said without drawing his sword. If you have the ability, you can try. Frowning, Akiji King's eyes were slightly cold. Patter, patter. Footsteps sounded. and Yi-Chen walked step by step toward the opponent. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Yi-Chen's action not only surprised Akiji King, but also surprised the people in the stands. You've angered me. Akiji King had never been looked down upon so much. With a flash, Akiji King disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on the side of Yi-Chen. The muscles of his right hand wriggled, and his nails soared, turning into a terrible demonic claw, and fiercely grabbed Yi-Chen's chest. So fast, the spectators only felt a blur in their eyes, and Akiji King appeared beside Yi-Chen. Die! Akiji King roared. Boom! It was not Yi-Chen who was injured, but Akiji King. His right cheek was dented, and a large amount of blood and teeth splashed from his mouth that could not be closed. His eyes bulged, full of disbelief. The next moment, Akiji King flew out and hit the protective shield of the first ring, unable to get up for a long time. I told you to be extremely vigilant. Yi-Chen shook his head. His opponent's actions just now were extremely stupid. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. His opponent should have known this. Even if he was a nobody, he should not have been this careless and started fighting in close combat. Akiji King was actually sent flying. When did he make a move? I don't know. I can't feel whether he made a move or not. The sound of gasping was heard, and the black-feathered Leopard King and Chow Erling looked at Yi-Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Although Du Sha was used to it, she was still very surprised because she also did not see when Yi-Chen made a move. In the rock forest, Yi-Chen did not seem to go all out, and it was estimated that he only played a small part of his strength. Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue, and Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan both had extremely dignified eyes. This was a very dangerous person. In his ordinary body, he had the power to tear the world. Chapter 1059. Roar. An inhuman roar came out of Akiji King's throat. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and slowly straightened his body, staring at Yi-Chen with his beastly eyes. You will regret that you didn't take the opportunity to defeat me, Akiji King said coldly. Yi-Chen said, I can defeat you now. I won't give you a chance. Roar. Akiji King roared again. His eyes changed into the shape of a beast again. His body grew about 2/3 taller, and 3 spikes extended from his back. Each of these 3 spikes emitted a cyan halo, like a divine weapon inserted in his back. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, making him look like a demon, but soon this terrifying aura was restrained and did not spread out. Akiji King's body instantly turned dark cyan, and his skin was as smooth as a dark cyan gem, glowing with a cold luster. Huh. It's similar to the second stage of Selfless Realm, Selfless Body. Yi-Chen raised his eyebrows. Demon Beast Realm. Akiji King has entered the Demon Beast Realm. The Demon Beast Realm belongs to the Selfless Realm of Demon Beasts. This realm does not need to rely on squeezing cell potential. It only needs to refine the Demon Beast factor. It is well known that the human form is the best fighting form. Of course, this human form does not only refer to human beings, but also humanoid creatures. Although demonic beasts were incomparably powerful in the early stages, the further they progressed, the less advantages they had, until they were at a disadvantage. This was because demonic beasts were too big, or in other words, too rough. In terms of power control, they were far inferior to their human form. Even if they transformed into humans, they were still demonic beasts in essence, and power control was never their strong suit. However, they could refine their demonic beast essence to refine their body and power. Refining demonic beast essence was to refine their demonic beast essence into pure power, allowing them to gradually evolve into humans. Because the power of demon beasts is too strong, once they refine too much demon beast factor, their power will even surpass that of human beings. Therefore, there is no need to squeeze cell potential. Their cell potential is so strong that there is no need to squeeze it. Akiji King had refined 1/3 of the monster beast factor. In terms of realm, it was equivalent to the second stage of the selfless state, the selfless heavenly eye, or the selfless body. However, it seemed that Akiji King had taken the path of the selfless body. Legend has it that when a demon beast successfully refined all the demon beast genes in their body, they would forever be fixed in human form. This realm was called Sky Demon. Demonic Light Canon. Akiji King seemed to be a bit afraid of Yi Chen's attacking speed. Even if he had entered the demonic beast realm, he did not dare to get too close. From afar, he raised both of his hands repeatedly, and beams of dark blue light shot out from his palms. This dark blue light was formed by extremely compressed beast power, which was unbelievably powerful. Before entering the demonic beast realm, he would not be able to use it so easily. Swish, 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 Yi Chen's figure flashed continuously. Because his speed was too fast and his strength was too ingenious, sometimes he advanced, sometimes he retreated, sometimes he slowed down, and sometimes he sped up. This caused more and more Yi Chens to appear in the arena. In the end, there were hundreds of Yi Chens, causing the audience to be dumbfounded. This is the selfless heavenly eye realm. Someone said uncertainly, but after entering the selfless state, won't his pupils change color? His pupils are still black. Silver was a cold and ruthless color. After entering the selfless state, in the state of selfless, the pupils would turn silver, and further to the selfless heavenly eye realm, the pupils would be silver with gold. Gold was a symbol of nobility and rationality. Why can't I hit him at all? Akiji King was full of astonishment. This demonic light cannon was very powerful compared to ordinary elite geniuses, but he did not think it could do anything to Yi Chen. However, as long as he was hit, he could make the opponent reveal a flaw, and then he could use the more powerful demon dragon killing fist to injure the opponent. Whatever demon dragon killing fist. The color of Akiji King's body quickly faded from dark cyan to light cyan, and his right arm and right fist were dyed black by a large amount of dark cyan. Boom! Akiji King punched at Yi Chen, and a dazzling black light erupted, faintly taking the form of a black dragon. Although this black dragon was not very distinct, it was brimming with brutality. It was more than 10 times more powerful than Yang Dingqing's azure dragon sky-shattering hand. Anything in front of it would be swept away. The first stage of the selfless state is to stimulate one's own potential and then use it effectively. The second stage of the selfless state, the selfless body, is to transfer the potential to any part of the body at will, brewing and erupting, exerting even more terrifying power. The selfless state of the demon beasts is definitely different from that of humans, but the principle is roughly the same. Yi Chen did not know much about the demon beast realm, but he quickly saw that the demon beast realm and the selfless body had a certain degree of similarity. They both gathered potential in a certain place and brewed for an eruption. For example, Akiji King's demon dragon killing fist gathered a large amount of potential in his right arm and right fist, bursting out in the form of 3 stacks. However, without 4 stacks, it is still a fabrication. The demon dragon killing fist was much more powerful than the 3rd stacks, approaching the 4th stacks, but it was still a bit weaker than the latter. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen directly grabbed the black dragon's head. Puff! The black dragon's explosion could not cause any damage to Yi Chen. What? Akiji King's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. He was at the 4th sky of life and death realm. After entering the demon beast realm, the energy inside his body had increased drastically. After brewing for an eruption, it was equivalent to the 5th sky of life and death realm, which was 2 whole heavens higher than his opponent. With such a high foundation, even if he was weaker in other aspects, his opponent should not have been able to break through the demon dragon killing fist so easily. After all, he was not an ordinary person, but a 1 in a billion genius. The chances of him being defeated by someone with a higher cultivation realm was very low, not to mention 2 whole heavens above him. With his palm numb, Yi Chen felt a bit strained. His opponent's demon dragon killing fist was a bit weaker than the 4th stacks, and his 5 elements palm sword was not an ordinary 4th stacks. It was an attack based on the 4th stacks, which was much more powerful than the ordinary 4th stacks. However, his opponent's foundation was indeed much higher than his. Relying on the 5 elements palm sword alone would not be enough to beat him. Clang! Yi Chen unsheathed the demon's slaughtering sword. You are qualified for me to unsheath my sword, Yi Chen said indifferently. Damn it! Akiji King roared and launched another demon dragon-killing fist. This fist seemed to have exhausted all of his potential, and his strength had reached a limit. Autumn Water. Autumn Water might not be as powerful as the 5 elements palm sword, but it was still a top-grade profound sword move. After the metal profound and water profound had both entered perfection, this move was not only powerful, but also gave off a dreamy feeling. For a moment, specks of moonlight shattered, and Yi Chen's figure swept past Akiji King's body. Pucci! Akiji King's head was thrown high into the air. However, Akiji King's demon dragon-killing fist didn't even touch Yi Chen. Instead, it bombarded the arena's protective cover, producing a loud explosion. In the next moment, Akiji King's figure appeared below the arena. The rules of the God test field were special. As long as one's vitals were hit, they would immediately leave the arena. After all, when one condensed a new body, the opponent could completely annihilate one's body. The birth of multiple stacks made it impossible for life and death experts to have an undying body. Unless one was like Yi Chen, every cell contained a powerful will. In that case, the cells would not be easily destroyed. Akiji King lost. He actually defeated the 13th ranked Akiji King. Just what is his background? At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yi Chen had undoubtedly become an insurmountable existence. He was like a mountain standing on the first arena. Akiji King had failed once. Within a quarter of an hour, he had to challenge other arena lords. Otherwise, he would be directly eliminated. In the end, Akiji King became the 3rd arena lord. He was a bit worried that White Tiger Starfield's platinum which would come to challenge him. Although he was not afraid, that was under normal circumstances. He could not afford to fail now. Once he failed, he would be eliminated and lose the chance to enter the 5th stage. As Akiji King became the champion of the 3rd ring, Du Sha also became the champion of the 5th ring, and Qiao Erling became the champion of the 7th ring. Vermilion Bird Starfield has occupied too many quotas. They need to be suppressed. Azure Dragon Starfield sent out a Heavenly King ranking expert who was ranked higher than Qiao Erlang and defeated him. Helpless, Qiao Erlang went to challenge the 9th arena lord, but he ultimately failed and was completely eliminated. Subsequently, Du Sha was also challenged. Her opponent was a Heavenly King ranking expert of White Tiger Starfield. His ranking was a dozen ranks higher than Du Sha's, and he was called Thunderbolt King Tanglin. Don't look down on me. Du Sha burst out with a super powerful battle power. Although she had not reached the demonic beast realm, she had refined nearly 1/3 of her demonic beast essence. Her arms could grow without any restrictions, as if they had no bones. Her right hand was a snake head, and her left hand was a sharp snake tail. Once her opponent's protective genuine was hit, he would be petrified immediately. After dozens of exchanges, Du Sha tore apart her opponent's protective genuine and defeated him. Next, the Black Feathered Leopard King could not help but challenge the 2nd arena. On the 2nd arena, the Black Feathered Leopard King was everywhere. His speed was unimaginably fast, and he kept adding wounds to his opponent's body. On the 99th attack, the Black Feathered Leopard King tore off his opponent's head. At this point, there were only a dozen people left in the palace. Excluding the 10 arena lords on the arenas, there were only a few people left in the stands. They were Azure Lightning King Gu Qingxue from Azure Dragon Starfield, Platinum Witch Chi Hongyan from White Tiger Starfield, and a dark-skinned youngster from Black Tortoise Starfield. Brat, why don't you go? Chi Hongyan looked at the dark-skinned youngster. I'll wait for you guys to go first. The dark-skinned youngster bashfully smiled. Forget it. Big sister won't bully you. I'll go first. Chi Hongyan did not dare to look down on the dark-skinned youngster. Everyone present had the appearance of a young man in their 20s. However, the dark-skinned youngster had the appearance of a teenager, looking 16 or 17. This meant that his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, and he should have entered life and death realm at the age of 25. Of course, this did not mean that the dark-skinned youngster was younger than everyone present. Perhaps he was already nearing 40 years old. Chapter 1060. Who is Chi Hongyan going to challenge? It wouldn't be the first arena's arena lord, right? That's unlikely. If she failed to challenge the first arena, she would only have one chance left. No matter what, she wouldn't take such a risk. I think there's a 99% chance that it isn't the first arena. Yes, that makes sense. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue hasn't made her move yet, so it's unlikely that Chi Hongyan will take the risk. As for deciding who's the winner of the first arena, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Everyone was curious about who Chi Hongyan was going to challenge. Whoosh! In the Western Grandstand, Chi Hongyan's figure flashed, and she flew to the second arena. The champion of Arena number 2 was the Black-Winged Leopard King of the Vermilion Bird Star region, ranked 24th on the Sky King list. When the Black-Winged Leopard King fought the former champion of Arena number 2, the speed that the Black-Winged Leopard King displayed was terrifying. In terms of speed alone, it would be at least in the top 5 on the Sky King list. It was understandable that Chi Hongyan had chosen to challenge him. How unlucky he actually chose me. The black-feathered Leopard King smiled bitterly. Among the 10 arenas, the Azure Dragon Star region took 3, the White Tiger Star region took 3, and the Black Tortoise Star region had the least with only 1. The other side probably wanted to suppress the Black Tortoise Star region as well, since they were much weaker than the Azure Dragon Star region and the White Tiger Star region. For them to be able to fight on equal footing with the black-feathered Leopard King was more or less a part of it. Why did they not choose Yi Qin? It was a bit risky. They did not choose Du Sha because she was a woman. Therefore, they could only choose the black-feathered Leopard King. Fine, I'd like to see just how much of a gap there is between me and the top 10 existences after 3 years. It was not the black-feathered Leopard King's style to blame others. His battle intent was at an unprecedented high. Not everyone could fight with the top 10. I'm sorry. Choosing you is the best choice, Chi Hongyan said helplessly. She did not choose the Azure Dragon Starfield because she had the White Tiger Starfield in mind. The Green Lightning Monarch Gu Qingxue's strength was incomparably powerful. If she chose to challenge the Azure Dragon Starfield, there was no guarantee that the Green Lightning Monarch Gu Qingxue would not stand up for the Azure Dragon Starfield and challenge the White Tiger Starfield instead. Hence, she could only choose the weakest option. Make your move. The black-feathered Leopard King calmed down. All right. Chi Hongyan was not verbose. Her eyes instantly turned cold. Her long platinum hair danced without any wind, giving people a demonic and somber feeling. Platinum, which Chi Hongyan, ranked 9th on the Heavenly King list, was an extremely difficult and terrifying person to deal with. Her long platinum hair was said to be able to shatter stars. Whoosh! Chi Hongyan suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the black-feathered Leopard King. She stretched out her jade-white palm and reached for its heart. The black-feathered Panther King's heart started to beat violently. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his heart and squeezed it gently. The Platinum Witch's heart-excising palm was also a powerful killing move. However, the Black-Feathered Panther King was a Black-Feathered Panther King after all. Only a few people could match his speed. Without seeing him move, his whole body suddenly disappeared, and Chi Hongyan's hand grabbed nothing but air. Not bad. Chi Hongyan laughed. A strand of her long platinum hair grew and wrapped around the wrist of a palm that was attacking her from behind. It turned out that the Black-Feathered Panther King had planned to attack Chi Hongyan from behind with a shocking speed. However, it was obvious that Chi Hongyan's senses were very sharp, and the Black-Feathered Panther King had missed. Chi Hongyan, your 3,000 platinum threads are very powerful too. The Black-Feathered Panther King grinned. His whole body twisted and disappeared. It was just an illusion. Oh, it seems like I have underestimated you. Chi Hongyan's platinum hair danced in the wind like hundreds of white snakes slithering in all directions. Everywhere she went, an illusion of the Black-Feathered Panther King would shatter. In the blink of an eye, all the illusions of the Black-Feathered Panther King had disappeared, leaving only the original body. Roar! The Black-Feathered Panther King knew that he had to use his full strength. Otherwise, he would be defeated very soon. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and was immediately absorbed into his body. The Black-Feathered Panther King had turned into a leopard man with a pair of black wings on his back. Demon Beast Realm. The Black-Feathered Panther King had also reached the Demon Beast Realm. Although the Demon Beast Realm was equal to the second stage of the Selfless Realm, in terms of actual combat, it was much weaker. The Selfless Realm allowed one to exert their power to the limit. The Demon Beast Realm was powerful enough, but it was still weaker in terms of control. Regardless, not everyone could reach the Demon Beast Realm. The increase in power was not small. This is more interesting. A smile appeared on Chi Hongyan's face. While Chi Hongyan was fighting the Black-Feathered Panther King, on the other side of the fourth stage, Lan Xian was also fighting against an expert ranked 88th on the Heavenly King list. This person came from the Azure Dragonstar area and was known as Lightning Spear Chao Huan. His spear skills were as fast as cosmic lightning. Ordinary people couldn't react in time and would be pierced through the throat by his spear. The two fought for hundreds of rounds and were evenly matched. Good. I didn't expect a nobody like you to be able to exchange hundreds of moves with me. You should be proud. Chao Huan's expression was a bit ugly. He was ranked 88th on the Heavenly King list, while his opponent was just a nobody. This unfair battle should have ended quickly, but he didn't expect it to drag on until now. Thank you for the compliment, but Lan Xian still wants to advance a few more steps. Lan Xian was neither humble nor arrogant. In your dreams. A terrifying aura burst out of Chao Huan's body. He suddenly entered the Selfless Realm. His hair grew a lot longer, and his pupils turned silver without any emotion. Chao Huan is serious. The winner has been decided. The people from the Azure Dragonstar area calmed down. That may not be true. Someone retorted. In the arena, Lan Xian also burst out with a terrifying aura. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her pupils became silver. She was also in the Selfless Realm. She entered the Selfless Realm. Jinghong Prince had chosen the same path as Lan Xian. His eyes were full of surprise. He had thought that no one on the Firebird Star could enter the Selfless Realm except for him. Chao Huan gradually felt that something was wrong. He roared, and countless lightning spear shadows shot toward Lan Xian, like a peacock spreading its tail. The peacock spread its tail. Chao Huan's killer move. Any killer move will have a flaw. The more gorgeous it is, the harder it is to hide it. Yi Chen's words were still ringing in his ears. Huh. Lan Xian gave a low shout and used the most basic sword move to counter. Just as she was about to be drowned by the countless lightning spear shadows, Lan Xian's figure flashed, avoiding the strongest part of the attack. Although she had lost her left arm, it was enough. Chi. She swung her sword, and a red sword light slashed toward the center of the peacock's tail. Third drive, falling leaf slash. Ding! The peacock's tail was broken. Chao Huan's right hand went numb, and he was left wide open. Hurricane God fire. Then Lan Xian, Oi's second killer move came. The wind fed the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind. Compared to her sparring with Yi Chen, the Hurricane God fire this time had fewer variations. It concentrated its power, and like a crimson divine wind, it swept past Chao Huan's body. Uft! Chao Huan turned into a skeleton. Lan Xian won. After defeating Chao Huan, Lan Xian suddenly went from a nobody to a famous person. After the trial of God ended, when the Heaven King list was updated, Lan Xian would definitely be on the list. As for how high her rank would be, it would depend on whether she could continue to advance. After all, Chao Huan was only 88th on the Heaven King list this time. Whether she could enter the list next time was still a question. Besides Lan Xian, Jinghong Prince also shocked everyone. He was ranked 94th on the Heaven King list, but he defeated Iron Whip King, who was ranked 82nd. Two masters suddenly appeared on Firebird Star. This was shocking. After all, there were only 20 people on the Heaven King list in the Vermilion Bird Star area. There are thousands of planets in the Vermilion Bird Star area, and more than 90% of them didn't have a single person on the Heaven King list. But then, Jinghong Prince was defeated by Silver Whip King. In the younger generation of the 4 major star areas, there were 3 strongest Whip Kings: Iron Whip King, Silver Whip King, and the strongest Golden Whip King. Silver Whip King was ranked 57th, so Jinghong Prince's defeat was understandable. With Jinghong Prince's defeat, Firebird Star's luck seemed to end. Lan Xian was defeated by Lu Yu, the 51st ranked Flying Locust Rock. Lu Yu's Flying Locust Rock was elusive, and Lan Xian couldn't get close at all. She lost miserably, but this was also because she had been asleep for 5 years. If she hadn't slept for 5 years and met Yi Chen, it was unknown how much stronger she would have become. On Yi Chen's side, the Black Feather Leopard King was defeated by Qi Hongyan. Qi Hongyan was ranked 9th on the Heaven King list for a reason. The Black Feather Leopard King couldn't even make Qi Hongyan enter the Selfless Realm. Her platinum hair strangled her to death. After the defeat, the Black Feather Leopard King didn't suffer any setbacks. He went to challenge Arena 8. The Arena 8's master was someone on the Heaven King list from the White Tiger Star area. With his superb speed and strength, the Black Feather Leopard King became the master of Arena 8. However, he was still in danger because the Azure Dragon Star area's Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue, and the dark-skinned young man from the Black Tortoise Star area hadn't made their moves yet. The dark-skinned young man's strength was unknown. If Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue chose him, the Black Feather Leopard King had no confidence in defeating her. The dark-skinned young man still hadn't made his move. Everyone looked at Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue. Whoosh! Green lightning flashed, and Gu Qingxue appeared on Arena Number 1. She chose to challenge Arena Number 1's master, Yi Chen. With the strength of Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue was ranked 4th on the Heavenly King list. If she avoided the first arena, it would more or less make people think that she was afraid of Yi Chen. She herself also thought so. As a genius, she could lose, but she absolutely could not be afraid. Between dying standing up or living lying down, she would choose the former. Moreover, Yi Chen's strength wasn't enough to move her. As expected, on Arena Number 2, Qi Hongyan smiled. Yi Chen. Both Du Sha and the Black Feather Leopard King looked over. Chapter 1061. My title is Green Lightning King. Speed is my advantage. Be careful, Gu Qingxue said to Yi Chen. Qi Hongyan curled her lips. Speed was not the only advantage. Gu Qingxue had the thunder and water astral body. coupled with her high comprehension, her defense and strength were beyond the norm. "I will be careful." Yi Chen nodded. Crackle. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a spark flashed in the air. Gu Qingxue appeared on the right side of Yi Chen. However, she did not make a move because Yi Chen was facing her. Another spark flashed, and Gu Qingxue appeared behind Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was still facing her with a cold gaze. Gu Qingxue pushed her speed to the limit and appeared in front, behind, left, and right above Yi Chen. The 5 Gu Qingxue looked so real that it was hard to tell which one was real. To be exact, all 5 of them were real to a certain extent. Should I set up another layer of electric field at the place I moved to? Yi Chen pondered. The speed of the electric field was equivalent to the speed of light. Although Gu Qingxue had not reached the realm of moving at the speed of light, she was very close to it under the effect of the electric field. It's time to end the test. As he spoke, Yi Chen's left hand trembled slightly. In the next moment, 4 of the 5 Gu Qingxue disappeared, leaving only the one in front. "Your reaction speed is one of the 3 I've seen in my life," Gu Qingxue said indifferently. If her speed was close to the speed of light under the effect of the electric field, then Yi Chen's reaction speed had far surpassed the speed of light. Not only that, he could still calmly analyze the situation. This kind of state of mind was terrifying. It was as if he had entered the state of selfless heaven. The spectators were all drenched in cold sweat. The probing of these 2 was too terrifying. Even before they started fighting, they already felt a heavy pressure. Gu Qingxue's movement speed had already surpassed the black-feathered Leopard King. If the movement of the black-feathered Leopard King could be said to be traceable, Gu Qingxue's movement speed was completely untraceable. As for Yi Chen's reaction speed, it caused the spectators to despair. When facing someone with such terrifying reaction speed, could you still hope to catch him off guard? He could only fight the opponent head-on. As for speed, it was better to hide it. Zhou Jian seems to be very angry today. 5 paths, 5 stages. In fact, they were all the same. They were all 10 arenas. In other words, no matter which path one chose, the 4th stage they would face would be the same. Unfortunately, no one knew this. Everyone thought that the 4th stage they would face would be different from the 4th stage of the other 4 paths. On the northern grandstand, Yan Feihua laughed. The violent Queen Yan Feihua came from the Black Tortoise Star Field, ranked 8th on the Heavenly King list. She was a top genius in speed, defense, and strength. In addition, her eyesight was also extraordinary. It was said that there was no battle she could not see through, no trajectory she could not see through. Everyone's impression of her was that she could see through all trajectories and counterattack with the most violent means. Yeah, the Golden Whip King is ranked 16th on the Heavenly King list, but he couldn't even launch a normal counterattack. The strange Speed Wolf King beside Yan Feihua's side. The strange Speed Wolf King also came from the Black Tortoise Star Field, ranked 14th on the Heavenly King list. He had extraordinary speed and wolf-like intuition. Although his defense and strength were not as good as Yan Feihua, it was only relatively speaking. Only those from the Vermilion Bird Star Field knew that Zhou Jian's anger was because he was almost eliminated in the 3rd stage. This was something he could not tolerate. When had he, Zhou Jian, ever been so embarrassed? Clang, 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 Zhou Jian's punches landed on the Golden Whip King's thick golden whip, leaving shallow fist marks on its surface. Sparks flew, and the Golden Whip King was pushed back again and again, his arms on the verge of breaking. Don't think you can beat me so easily. A terrifying destructive aura erupted from the Golden Whip King's body. This aura was probably the first one he had experienced in so many battles. Obviously, Zhou Jian's strength had stimulated the Golden Whip King's full potential. It's useless. The gap between you and me can't be measured in miles. Zhou Jian still threw out a punch. This punch didn't give people the feeling of grandeur, but it brought with it a heavy pressure of death. Under this heavy pressure, few could stand up and face this punch head-on. Roar! An angry roar sounded. The Golden Whip King's golden whip lashed out. A dazzling golden light pierced the void. Clang! But as Zhou Jian said, all the Golden Whip King's efforts were in vain. Under the absolute gap, his golden whip was once again smashed back by Zhou Jian, unable to fight back normally. Clang! 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 Punch after punch, the Golden Whip King gradually retreated to the edge of the stage's protective shield. Another punch came, but the Golden Whip King slammed into the protective shield and bounced back in front of Zhou Jian. Boom! White and red blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Jian's punch smashed the Golden Whip King's head. Is this the combat strength of the third place on the Supermaster list? It's so powerful that it makes people desperate. Well, Zhou Jian hasn't entered the selfless state so far. I think the Golden Whip King can't make him go all out. In the stands, everyone shook their heads. My field is the field of electric field. Within this field, no one can surpass my speed and no one can attack me. As you said, the test is over. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With Gu Qingxue as the center, the invisible electric current covered the entire number 1 arena, leaving no blind spot. The field of electric field. That is to say, there is no need to move to a certain place to set up an electric field. In her field, everywhere is an electric field. It's really tricky. And this field has reached the 4th level. It's difficult for me to suppress it with my sword field. In the field of the same realm, the sword field was the king, but the gap was only a little bit, and it was impossible to surpass it too much. Moreover, the field of electric field was a unique field, invisible and intangible. It was not composed of any elementary particles, but it existed objectively. Hiss! The existence of the field of electric field brought Gu Qingshue's speed 1 step closer to the speed of light. It should be known that the higher the speed, the more terrifying it was. In an instant, she appeared in front of Yi Qin, and Gu Qingxue struck out with her palm. In her palm, there was a water droplet shaped like a thunderball. Thunder and water, profound martial art. Water drop thunder. Looking at the void in front of him, Yi Chen's right shoulder moved slightly, and the Demon Slayer sword was pulled out, leaving a long and narrow trace in the air. Crack, crack, crack! Blazing lightning and water splashed everywhere, and Gu Qingshue's figure was exposed by the reaction force. Sky Absolute Sword. In an instant, Yi Chen's counterattack came. The Demon Slayer sword vibrated at an astonishing frequency, slashing towards Gu Qingxue, and the sword light was blurry and slightly illusory. Hiss! Yi Chen slashed the air, and Gu Qingxue instantly moved away. There was no difference between the speed of moving and the speed of moving forward. They were both fast. The speed of moving from any angle is the same. Yi Chen did not continue to pursue, and stood at the same place. I said before, within my electric field, no one can attack me. Gu Qingshue's voice sounded. Indeed, Yi Chen did not have any intention of denying it. This is the reason why Green Lightning King is so frightening. On the second arena, Qi Hongyan sighed. But, Yi Chen continued, there is nothing absolute in this world. It just depends on whether someone can do it or not. Then give it a try. Gu Qingxue continued to attack Yi Chen, and any angle was the same to her. In other words, her attacks had no blind spots. However, Yi Chen was not an ordinary opponent. Although he could not attack Gu Qingxue could not attack him either. His sword speed was faster than Gu Qingshue's movement speed, and under his sword, Gu Qingxue could not gain the slightest advantage. The situation fell into a stalemate. Hiss! Suddenly, Gu Qingxue moved to the edge of the arena. In the next instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from Gu Qingxue. Her hair grew longer, and her pupils turned silver. Shortly after, the silver was dyed a faint gold. Selfless Heaven's Eye. In an instant, Gu Qingxue raised her Selfless Heaven's Eye to the second stage. Under the state of Selfless Heaven's Eye, all kinds of sensory abilities would explode, and one's speed would also increase significantly. If the first stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye was to stimulate one's potential, then the second stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye was to direct the majority of one's potential to the brain, leaving only a portion for the body. And the second stage of Selfless Heaven's Eye focused on speed, defense, and strength, which was the opposite of the Selfless Heaven's Eye, which focused on internal attributes. The faint golden eyes stared at Yi Qin, and Gu Qingxue saw a few lines and dots. These lines and dots were Yi Qin's flaws. No, to be more precise, they were flaws that were about to appear, as if he had seen through them in advance. For example, if a carriage was moving in front of him, if he rushed over at this moment, he would crash into the carriage. But the Selfless Heaven's Eye had already predicted the speed and angle of the carriage. As long as he rushed over at the right speed and angle, he would naturally not crash into the carriage. These flaws of Yi Qin weren't flaws now, but in a moment they would become flaws. However, there are too few flaws. Gu Qingxue frowned slightly. The total number of lines and dots around him was actually only 9. In the past, her opponents would have so many flaws that she couldn't even count them all. Trying to see through my flaws? As if he could read minds, Yi Qin's body moved slightly. What? There are fewer flaws. Gu Qingxue's eyes narrowed. The number of lines and dots around Yi Qin decreased by 3, becoming 6, 4, 2. He disappeared. Gu Qingxue's eyes instantly narrowed into a dot. Her eyes were extremely cold and filled with disbelief. Who exactly is this person? Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxue murmured in her heart. Yi Qin calmly smiled. I forgot to tell you, there are 13 lines and 27 dots on your body. Among them, there is a dot that appears and disappears. This should be related to your current mood. Chapter 1062. So what? It doesn't matter if I have any flaws, because you can't attack me. Gu Qingxue's emotions quickly calmed down. She remained unmoved. You still don't know? I've gradually gotten used to your speed, and seeing your flaws means that I can already attack you. Yi Qin thought. Hiss! Gu Qingxue turned into lightning and instantly disappeared. If you don't have any flaws, then I'll create one. Gu Qingxue's right palm contained a fist-sized water ball, crystal clear. Thunder and water, profound martial art, hidden water thunder. Rumble, like a mountain torrent, like thunder descending, like the destruction of heaven and earth. In front of Gu Qingxue was chaos, which was full of explosions and ripping air currents. Did Green Lightning King win? A thought flashed in Akiji King's mind. Not yet. Qi Hongyan's eyes narrowed. Hiss! The mountain torrent split apart, the thunder dispersed, and the world became clear. Yi Qin stood in the center of the arena, looking straight at Gu Qingxue, who was half a meter above the ground. That pair of eyes contained countless traces, as if all of Gu Qingxue's secrets couldn't escape from his eyes, and were instantly analyzed. Not good. Gu Qingxue turned into lightning, and with a hiss she flew away. There are more and more flaws in your defense. Her body moved a few steps, and the Demon Slayer's sword drew a complete circle from bottom to top, in which the electric field was temporarily isolated. Puchi! A smear of blood splattered, and with a muffled groan, Gu Qingxue held her left arm and flashed dozens of li away. Traces of blood slid down the fingers of her right hand, and Gu Qingxue looked at Yi Qin in a daze. He was hit. Green Lightning King was hit? Really? To be hit at such a fast speed, this can't be done with sword speed alone. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Was it an accident, or Gu Qingxue gritted her snow-white teeth and once again attacked Yi Qin. Blood splattered, and a left arm flew out. Gu Qingshue's figure staggered back. As if due to the injury, her speed wasn't as fast as before. Swish, 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 swish. Although Yi Chen's speed was not as fast as Gu Qingshue's, his footsteps were erratic and unpredictable, accompanied by his unparalleled sword speed. Clang! Sparks erupted from her chest as Gu Qingxue was flung backwards. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and bits of flesh. Because she was wearing a high-grade armor artifact, the sword attack failed to penetrate her heart. However, the terrifying sword force had penetrated through the armor and instantly shattered her heart. The heart was one of the most important parts of the human body. It was the source of qi and blood. Once it was lost, all aspects of one's body would be affected. Unless one could immediately form a new heart when the heart was destroyed, it was a pity that the human body had all kinds of senses. When the heart was destroyed, there would be some discomfort and sluggishness. My next strike will be your head. Once they entered a real battle, Yi Chen would not show any mercy. He believed that his opponent would not accept his opponent going easy on him. This was a form of humiliation. The sword slashed through the air, slicing open a gap in the electric field. A trace of blood appeared on Gu Qingshue's neck. That was the reaction of the sharp sword qi. It had cut through her skin first. This is the first time I, Gu Qingxue, am being looked down upon by someone. Electricity explosion. TSS, 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 TSS. Gu Qingxue released a large amount of electricity, which reacted with Yi Chen's life magnetic field and directly penetrated his protective True Yuan, acting on Yi Chen's body. Boom! Electric snakes danced chaotically, lighting up the entire arena. Double hidden water thunder. That wasn't the end of it. Gu Qingxue condensed a fist-sized ball of lightning in each of her palms and blasted it towards the center of the explosion, which was also where Yi Chen was. What? He made a comeback in an instant? The situation has actually been reversed. The Green Lightning Monarch is the Green Lightning Monarch after all. Her thunder ultimacy has practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Although that electric burst isn't very lethal against opponents of the same level, it can make them reveal a flaw and cause them to momentarily numb. Electric burst creates a flaw, and double hidden water thunder kills in one strike. Terrifying. Gu Qingshue's sudden eruption caught a lot of people off guard. Green Lightning Monarch, is this the result of your 3 years of hard work? Qi Hongyan sighed in shock. Gu Qingshue's eyes were extremely cold. This electric burst was originally prepared to deal with those few people, but now she had no choice but to reveal it. The opponent's power was beyond her imagination. Using the opponent's life magnetic field as an electric field. What a good electric burst. The electricity dissipated. In the arena, Yi Chen had already finished waving his sword. In front of him were 4 hidden water thunders that had been cut open. Puff! The hidden water thunders that had lost their integrity shattered. But this is what makes it interesting. Yi Chen raised his head. I've been seen through. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gu Qingshue's forehead. Not really seen through, but this move of yours is indeed very powerful. I believe you still have a follow-up move. Being able to be ranked 4th on the Sky King list was not simple at all. She could be said to be a monster among monsters. A single profound might not be as powerful as a double profound, but it could be used to support attacks. Forget it, I've lost this round. Dispersing the electric field, Gu Qingxue had no intention to continue fighting. She turned and walked down the first arena. Gu Qingxue had a feeling that even if she used all her skills, the chance of winning against her opponent was less than 10%. From the beginning to the end, her opponent did not give her any opportunity to take advantage of. It was completely her own play. Rather than giving her all to lose the battle, it was better to digest the insights she gained from the battle. Although Gu Qingxue admitted defeat, no one dared to laugh at her. If they were replaced by Yi Chen, they might not even be able to block a single move from Gu Qingxue. If they were replaced by Gu Qingxue, they would probably be in an even more miserable state. From the beginning to the end, they did not see how Yi Qin attacked. They only saw streaks of sword marks flashing by. This battle of the strong was full of climaxes and thrills. It was undoubtedly an eye-opener for those who remained. After losing to Yi Qin, Gu Qingxue chose to challenge the 10th arena. The 10th arena was the battle of the White Tiger Star Field's Sky King list. The result was as expected. The opponent did not even manage to force Gu Qingxue into the Anata state before she was defeated. In the end, only the dark-skinned young man was left. The dark-skinned young man laughed and appeared on the 8th arena. "I'm really in danger this time." The black-feathered leopard king did not dare to underestimate the dark-skinned young man. Judging from his appearance and age, he knew that he must be a very terrifying expert. After all, with such a high cultivation talent, how weak could his combat strength be? The two seemed to be two different concepts, but there was an inevitable factor. The second move, Hadouken! Boom! On the 10th arena, the protective shield shook violently. The violent energy exploded like a small sun. The sound and light effects alone were frightening. What kind of joke is this? It's so powerful. Not only were the spectators dumbfounded, but the black-feathered leopard king was also completely dumbfounded. He definitely did not want to bear that kind of explosive power. In an instant, the black-feathered leopard king entered the demon beast realm. At this moment, speed was the only thing he could rely on. Everything else was useless. The third move, Hadouken, random kill. The dark-skinned young man kept glancing around. With his amazing eyesight, he waved his slender arm and hundreds of high-pressure light balls were shot out. There was no way the black-feathered leopard king could dodge them. He crossed his arms to protect his vital parts, and the demonic power protective shield in front of him was strengthened to the limit. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of explosions were continuous. The black-feathered leopard king crashed hard into the protective shield of the arena, unable to fight back. With a grin, the dark-skinned young man used the second move, Hadouken, and blasted the black-feathered leopard king into a mist of blood. Vaguely, the crowd could see a small part of the protective shield of the arena protruding. Each and every one of them is a monster. Akiji King was a little disheartened. Originally, his ranking on the Heavenly King list was not low. He was ranked 13th, not far from the top 10, so he was confident that he could pass the test field of God. However, Yi Chen's appearance showed him the gap between them. The dark-skinned young man's appearance showed him what a monster was. Together with Gu Qingxue and Qi Hongyan, who had not shown much of her strength, there were 4 people. For monsters in one place, he no longer had any confidence in passing the test field of God. "It's all right. I'm just here to take a look." Du Sha also did not think she had any hope. She smiled bitterly. "Kid, you're very powerful," Qi Hongyan said to the dark-skinned young man while feeling annoyed. "You're still far from me." The dark-skinned young man scratched his head like a teenager who had not seen the world for a long time. Cultivating hard in the mountains for several years, and then coming out to make a name for himself. This is the kind of person you are. Yi Qin could feel the pure heart of the dark-skinned young man without any impurities. After passing the 4th test, everyone was teleported to a path. In front of the path was a huge square. At this time, there were already 10 people in the square. The arrival of Yi Chen's group of 10 attracted their attention. What a scary look. Among the 10 people, 2 of them had very scary looks. One was a swordsman and the other was a bladesman. The swordsman wore a long black robe embroidered with an azure dragon. His eyes were full of coldness and majesty. The bladesman was, by Li Huan, the soul-slaying blade of the Vermilion Bird Star region. His whole body was like a volcano, exuding endless courage. Seeing Yi Chen, by Li Huan nodded. The strong deserved respect. There was no doubt that Yi Chen was a strong man. Yi Chen also nodded. His eyes moved from Bai Li Huan to the black-robed swordsman with the azure dragon embroidered on his robe. Their eyes inevitably collided. He is the Azure Dragon Swordsman of the Azure Dragon Star region, ranked 5th on the Heaven King list. On the side, Du Sha explained to him. The Azure Dragon Swordsman was the top swordsman of the younger generation in the 4 major star regions. The second was the Flawless Swordsman, Zhao Wuk, ranked 11th on the Heaven King list. When they arrived at the square, everyone stopped. After a while, more people came. Chapter 1063. There were still 10 of them. Among them, the most eye-catching were the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, and the Violent Queen, Yan Feihua. One of them was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly King ranking, while the other was ranked 8th on the Heavenly King ranking. Even though there was no aura leaking out, they still stood out among the 10 of them. Then the 4th group arrived. Among them, there were 4 eye-catching people. Ghost Genius Lu Winxiu, the blue-robed swordsman, a white-robed young man with a light body, and a black-robed young man with a body as sturdy as a tyrannosaurus. He was more than 3 meters tall and exuded endless pressure. The blue-robed swordsman is Flawless Swordsman Zhao Wuk, ranked 11th on the Heavenly King list. His swordsmanship is flawless, and he comes from the White Tiger Star field. The white-robed young man is Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng, ranked 6th on the Heavenly King list. His attainments in illusions are even greater than Ji Qingyue's. He comes from the Azure Dragon Star field. The black-robed young man is Yang Ting, ranked 2nd on the Heavenly King list. His true form is an iron armor dragon, a true dragon with unparalleled strength. He can shatter a star with his most basic strength. He also comes from the Azure Dragon Star field. Du Sha introduced to Yi Qin seriously. An iron armor dragon. Yi Qin sized up Yang Ting carefully. Yang Ting sensed that someone was staring at him, so he glanced over. Pop! This one glance seemed to have pierced through the air as it shot toward Yi Qin. Hitting someone with a gaze sounded exaggerated, but it was indeed so. Du Sha's face paled slightly. Although this gaze was not aimed at her, nor was it offensive, the mental pressure it brought was enormous. Du Sha felt as if her soul was about to be knocked out. On the other hand, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. It was as if this gaze was just a breeze that brushed past his face. Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng noticed this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Soon the 5th group arrived. There were 3 eye-catching figures in the 5th batch, namely the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan, the illusionist of death Ji Chengyue, and a handsome young man who looked to be about the same age as the dark-skinned young man, about 16 or 17 years old. This handsome young man walked at the forefront, naturally emitting the aura of a king. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention, like a king of kings. Lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan, ranked 7th on the Heavenly King list, the #1 blade artist of the 4 great life starfields. Hailing from the White Tiger starfield, my impression of him is still stuck at a few years ago. At that time, he made a stunning appearance and shocked everyone. After a few years, I'm afraid he already has the battle power to enter the top 3. I won't talk about Ji Chengyue, but as for that handsome youngster, he's quite amazing. He's the #1 on the Heavenly King list, Peerless King Audiobook. Jiu entered the life and death realm at the age of 24. Du Sha's voice lingered in his ear. Yi Qin nodded. With Du Sha's introduction and his first impression of them, he had a basic understanding of these geniuses. Peerless King Audiobook, just like his title, was peerless under the heavens, the king of kings. Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting, synonymous with power. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, brimming with a domineering aura. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, coming and going like lightning, heart like frost. Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu, fierce and dignified. Illusionist Li Yifeng, dreamy and illusory. Lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan, cold and indifferent, unfathomable. Violent Queen Yan Feihua, cheerful and witty, full of mysteries. Platinum, which Chi Hongyan, white-haired and tender, full of the essence of a witch. Soul, Slasher Blade by Li Huin, volcanic courage. Flawless sword artist Zhao Wuk, flawless and without flaws, aura unnoticeable. Ghost genius Lu Wenxiu, cynical and full of schemes. Death illusion master Ji Qingyue, indifferent to everything. Dark-skinned youngster, pure and innocent. The above 14 were the strongest in Yi Chen's eyes. The others were a lot weaker than them. Du Sha did not know what Yi Chen was thinking. If she did, she would say, "Forget yourself." In her eyes, Yi Chen was a stunning existence. She had never seen such a stunning swordsman. No, Yi Chen's appearance had redefined a swordsman for her. His sharp eyesight, calm and unruffled posture, unparalleled sword speed, untainted temperament, and ice-cold and merciless sword technique. This was a dreamlike swordsman. With the arrival of the 5th batch, the top geniuses of the 4 major life-star fields had all gathered together. If the geniuses of the world were flowers, then the flowers here were all precious species, competing with each other for beauty. Ordinary kings would definitely feel ashamed of their inferiority and dazzle here. In front of the plaza was a stone bridge, and at the end of the bridge was a large door. That was the entrance to the 5th stage. Everyone stepped onto the stone bridge and walked toward the door. Creak! The door opened automatically. Inside was an alley. Although it was called an alley, it was actually huge. This alley was 1,000 meters wide, and no one knew how long it was. One could not see the end of it. At the beginning of the alley, there was a wooden sign with the word "Speed" written on it. On the left and right walls, 1,000 li away from the starting point, there was a crystal ball. Although the 2nd stage also tested speed, strictly speaking, it was a test of willpower. Many who did not finish the race passed. As for the 5th stage, it was all about speed, nothing else. Speed is my strong point. The Speed Wolf King was the first to rush out. Chi! The air was torn apart, and the Speed Wolf King instantly surpassed the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball on the right lit up with a green color. Next, everyone began to sprint. In the end, 48 people passed. It seemed that the speed test was not strict. It made sense. During the battle, there were many people who were slow. As long as their reactions were fast enough, they would be fine. After speed, it was defense. Defense was slightly more difficult than speed, for people were eliminated, leaving 44 people. Next should be strength. Someone said, as expected, the 3rd stage of the 5th stage was the trial of strength. One only needed to ring the bell on the opposite side to pass. In battle, if one's speed and defense were a bit weaker, they would not necessarily lose. But if one's attack was also weak, it would undoubtedly be dangerous. Usually attack was the most important. If one's attack was strong, they could break through the opponent's defense. They would not need to hit the opponent countless times and only cause a small wound. Therefore, the number of people eliminated in the trial of strength surpassed the previous 2 stages. A total of 13 people were eliminated. Du Sha was also eliminated. There are only 31 people left. It is really strict. The gods' trial field's strictness made Yi Chen sigh inwardly. From the 1st stage to the 5th stage, the trial's content was all-encompassing. Not a single weakness was allowed. If there was even a single weakness, then one would be eliminated. After the trial of strength, there was still the 4th stage. This stage was the trial of reflexes. In a dangerous alley, there were hidden weapons shooting out everywhere. These hidden weapons were extremely fast. If one thought that they could rush through with speed alone, it was impossible. Along the way, they had to constantly dodge the hidden weapons, and sometimes they had to retreat. When the 4th stage ended, there were only 20 people left. I wonder what the 6th stage is. Someone couldn't help but ask. Are you stupid? All the stages have been passed. The 6th stage is naturally a test of absolute strength. The strong are respected. This principle has never changed. That's right. Although the previous stages of the divine trial field have not changed in essence, the form may change. But the final stage, whether it is in essence or form, will not change. As they spoke, the group walked out of the alley. In front of them was a vast grassland. On the grassland, there was a circular martial stage. The martial stage did not look very large, only 10 miles in diameter. It was covered by a transparent spherical barrier. Coming to the side of the martial stage, the group found a wooden sign. The wooden sign had the rules written on it. The general meaning of the rules was that when the trial talisman lit up, they had to go up and fight. If they won, they would receive 1 point. If they lost, they would receive no points. The top 10 in terms of points would have the right to enter the paradise of God. It's the ranking competition, Yi Qin said to himself. The ranking competition was the fairest competition. It was normal for martial artists to counteract each other. It would be a pity if they lost the right to enter the paradise of God just because they lost a match. Buzz. Outside the 4 golden gates of the God's trial field, there were many eliminated trial challengers gathered. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional image appeared between them. The image was of a circular martial stage. They could also see the 20 people beside the martial stage. Is it the last stage? There are only 20 people left. Participating in the divine trial field was the right decision. Although I didn't even pass the 2nd stage, I can see the top geniuses fight. This trip was worth it. Yeah, only 10 people can pass the divine trial field. The others are just there to serve as foils. But seeing the top geniuses fight is enough. Most people came to the divine trial field to see. More importantly, they could see the top geniuses of the 4 major star fields fight. Mr. Yi. Lan Xianer saw Yi Qin. I can't believe this guy made it to the end. Mr. Firebird's eyes widened. On the blue leaf, he knew that Yi Qin was powerful and that he couldn't compete with him. But he didn't expect Yi Qin to make it this far. This meant that his opponent was at least in the top 20 of the 4 major star fields. He was light years ahead of him. Good thing I didn't provoke him. Mr. Firebird slowly exhaled. On the prairie, 2 people's trial talismans lit up. They were the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan and a young man in gray. The young man in gray was ranked 25th on the Heaven King list. People called him the Soul Breaker Spear, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was the same as Yi Qin and the tan young man. He wasn't in the top 20 of the Heaven King list, but he had made it this far. He was strong enough. Unfortunately, his opponent was the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan. He was defeated in 3 moves. Chapter 1064. The second pair was Qi Hongyan and the Speed Wolf King. Howl! The Speed Wolf King howled at the sky and turned into a werewolf. His legs were strong and elastic, and his claws were as sharp as razors. He could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a single leap. The arena looked small, only 10 miles in diameter, but there was another dimension inside. It was probably more than 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and it was a vacuum environment, so the resistance was negligible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strands of platinum hair shot out and entangled the Speed Wolf King. At the same time, Qi Hongyan stepped on the arena and flew into the sky. Heaven and Earth star picking palm. She locked her eyes on the Speed Wolf King and clenched her right hand. Uft! The Speed Wolf King spat out a large amount of blood and flesh. He was shocked to find that his heart was broken, and his movements were slowed for a moment. 5 strands of whitish gold hair of unknown length wrapped around his neck and limbs, fixing him in the air with his arms and legs spread wide open. Then Qi Hongyan slapped the Speed Wolf King 4 times in a row, turning him into a bloody mist. The Speed Wolf King, ranked 14th on the Sky King list, was defeated. Qi Hongyan's 3,000 platinum threads had become more powerful after a few years. The violent Queen Yen Feihua rubbed her chin, as if thinking of a way to deal with her. To deal with the 3,000 platinum threads, You must first defend against her heaven and earth heart picking palm. Otherwise, you can only passively take a beating. Of course, this is under the condition that you are evenly matched. The tanned young man smiled shyly. Yan Feihua asked, "Which style of your wave punch are you at?" "The fifth style," the tanned young man said. "You're at the fifth style already? No wonder your master asked you to come out." Yan Feihua nodded. Next up were Violent Dragon Yangting and Slasher by Li Huan. Violent Dragon Yangting was ranked second on the Sky King list. He was a giant armored dragon and was definitely a ferocious person. Although Slasher by Li Huan was also a powerful swordsman, there was still a huge gap between them. If Bai Li Huan was replaced by Lung Fifan, the lifeless swordsman, it might be more interesting. I didn't expect Bai Li Huan to meet Yangting so soon. I wonder how many moves he can take. Probably around 20 moves. It will be difficult. If he meets an opponent with other techniques, Bai Li Huan might be able to hold on for a while longer. However, Yangting is not an ordinary person. In terms of defense and power, if he claims to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. In terms of speed, he is at least in the top 5. Bai Li Huan will probably lose in about 10 moves. Bai Li Huan was a top-notch expert, ranked 10th on the Heavenly King list. His battle with Yangting had not yet begun, but the scene was already quite heated. Everyone was discussing the characteristics of the two. "Make your move!" On the fighting ring, Yangting stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Bai Li Huan, who was in the distance. Clang! Bai Li Huan didn't say anything. He slowly pulled out the snow-white broadsword that was as tall as a human and raised it high above his head. The broadsword momentum that was as majestic as a mountain and as fiery as magma was condensing and brewing. At the same time, he himself had also entered the second stage of the selfless state, the selfless body. His pupils turned dark silver, and the horrifying aura was released for a moment. Mountain-breaking style! Suddenly, Bai Li Huan fiercely slashed out with his blade. The bright blade light filled the sky and the earth. It was tens of thousands of miles long, like a giant divine blade, and it directly slashed towards Yangting. "I'll give you 3 slashes." Yangting raised his left hand and grasped the sharp part of the bright blade light. See, splitting style. After the first slash, Bai Li Huan's second slash followed closely. This slash was continuous and relentless, as if it could split the entire sea. The second slash. Yangting stretched out his right hand and grasped the blade light. Roar! Bai Li Huan leaped up. At this moment, the broadsword momentum on his body had condensed to the limit. No one knew what secret method he had used, but the broadsword momentum on his body was clearly strong enough to tear the sky and the earth apart. However, it was restrained within 10 meters of his body. This caused a terrifying circle of broadsword momentum to appear around him. This circle of broadsword momentum was similar to a broadsword realm, but it was more destructive than a broadsword realm. Because the broadsword realm existed forever, the broadsword momentum would be unleashed along with the power of the broadsword. Burning broadsword style. Boom! The snow-white broadsword in Bai Li Huan's hand began to burn. The raging flames ignited the circle of broadsword momentum. Just as the circle of broadsword momentum was about to explode, Bai Li Huan swung out his most powerful slash. This slash burned the sky and broke the sea. This slash severed the soul. This slash tore everything in front of it apart. It would not stop until death. What a powerful slash! Outside the Golden Gate, many of the eliminated trial takers were dumbfounded. Although this saber strike was not aimed at them, no, it was not even in the same dimension as them, the pressure it brought them was not small at all. Many of the weaker ones could not help but take a few steps back, trying to avoid this saber strike. Finally, it's a little interesting. Yangting growled. Iron-black dragon scales appeared on his face and chest, and his eyes turned into cold, emotionless steel dragon eyes. Creak! The broadsword light in his left and right hands shattered. Yang Ting leaned forward, clenched his fists, and punched towards the blazing broadsword light that was coming at him. Clang! Like a giant broadsword cutting through a steel star, the ear-piercing sound waves penetrated everywhere. The 18 people outside could not help but bear the brunt of the sound waves. Their protective energy lit up one by one. It was already so terrifying outside, not to mention the inside. Yang Ting's entire body was on fire. The aftershock of the blazing broadsword light was very strong. Unless the whole thing was shattered, even if only a small part of it was left, it would still be blasted out by inertia. The broken broadsword light rubbed against the protective dragon energy on the surface of Yang Ting's body, igniting a raging fire. The temperature of this fire had already far exceeded the temperature of the sun's surface. It was probably tens or even hundreds of times hotter. Even Yang Ting's protective dragon energy could not completely isolate such a high temperature. Waves of flames appeared on the surface of his body. His skin was burning red like iron. Break for me! Yang Ting's fists shook violently and then suddenly separated. The remaining broadsword light was shattered into millions of pieces, turning into countless sparks that flew everywhere. It was brilliant. Standing in the center of the arena, the flames on Yang Ting's body gradually extinguished. He said word by word, "The burning blade technique is indeed powerful. Next, you will also take a punch from me." Boom! Without storing up much power, Yang Ting directly punched at Bailey Hun. The black fist energy was highly condensed, and the external momentum was not very strong. However, this was only the external. Bailey Hun, who had raised his broadsword to block, spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. The bones in his arms were about to break, and he could barely hold on to his broadsword. Taking a deep breath, Bailey Hun used his movement technique and circled around Yang Ting, not giving him a chance to attack directly. Yang Ting was like a violent dragon, punching out again and again. Among the 3 punches, at least one would graze Bailey Hun. Among the 5 punches, Bailey Hun had to take one of them head-on. Very soon, Bailey Hun could not hold on anymore. Be it speed, defense, or power, he was much weaker than Yang Ting. The 11th move, Bailey Hun was defeated. Violent Dragon Yang Ting is still so strong. The only ones who can compete with Yang Ting in terms of strength are probably the Peerless King Jiao and the Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. What was strength? It was using absolute power to suppress the opponent. Seriously speaking, apart from the first 3 strikes, this battle was not very exciting. This was because, towards the end, Yang Ting had already controlled the entire situation. Next, 2 more battles took place. They were Yan Feihua against Qiji Wang and Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu against Ghost Hand Luo Ming, who was ranked 28th on the Heavenly King list. Among the 20 people, 15 were in the top 20 on the Heavenly King list. The remaining 5 were the dark-skinned youth, Yi Qin, Soul Breaker Spear Jiang Hao, who was ranked 25th, Ghost Hand Luo Ming, who was ranked 28th, and Divine Wind Kick Oing Taiying, who was ranked 30th. Qiji Wang was ranked 13th and had fought with Yi Qin in the 4th round. This time, facing Yan Feihua, who had the title of Violent Queen, he lost miserably. Ghost Hand Luo Ming was considered very powerful to be able to fight his way into the top 20. Unfortunately, there was still an unbridgeable gap between geniuses. He and Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu were not on the same level at all, so he lost cleanly. It was Yi Chen's turn in the 5th battle. His opponent was Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu was recognized as one of the top 3 geniuses in the 4 major life star areas. Some people said that if he had a little fighting spirit, it would not be a problem for him to be in the top 10. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. I wonder what his ranking will be this time. Yan Feihua, who had just exercised, said with a smile, The god's test field opens once every 10 years. This time he should have a little fighting spirit. I think this swordsman is most likely not Lu Wenxiu's opponent, unless Lu Wenxiu goes easy on him. Strange Speed Wolf King did not have much hope for the top 10. Being able to watch the battle live was also a kind of enjoyment for him. Lu Wenxiu will lose. Gu Qingxue said, Lu Wenxiu will lose? He is one of the top 3 geniuses. Although he is frivolous, his talent is there. Plus, this time is different from the past. Strange Speed Wolf King looked at Gu Qingxue in surprise. There were 3 widely recognized geniuses in the 4 major life-star areas. Unparalleled King Audiobook, lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan, and ghost genius Lu Wenxiu. There was a word to describe each of them. Unparalleled Audiobook, thoroughly tempered Lung Fifan, the talented Lu Wenxiu. Gu Qingxue said, I lost to him. What? Everyone looked at Gu Qingxue. They did not communicate much, so they did not know that Gu Qingxue had lost to Yi Qin. They only thought that they had not fought. At this time, Qi Hongyan also said, This person's strength is beyond my imagination. The only thing I can describe is that he is very strong, absolutely strong. If I were to fight him, my chance of winning would be less than 10%, maybe even less. The power that Yi Qin had displayed was not enough for Qi Hongyan to say that. But for some reason, when facing Yi Qin, Qi Hongyan could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Yi Qin was so calm, as if he would not even blink, even if the sky fell down. It was very rare. Gu Qingxue was already very powerful, but when facing Yi Qin, she did not even have the slightest advantage. Even Qi Hongyan said so. Many people looked at each other. He is one of my opponents. After a moment of silence, a voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan. Chapter 1065. Hearing this, flawless swordsman Zhao Wuk slightly frowned. After his battle with Lung Fifan had told him to be careful of a swordsman in blue. Could it be him? Lung Fifan said that, so he must not be an ordinary person. Let's wait and see. Yan Feihua smiled. Right, it's useless to speculate before the battle starts. The Speed Wolf King nodded. They had thought that Lu Wenxiu would definitely win. But because of the words of Gu Qingxue, Qi Hongyan, and Lung Fifan, the battle became complicated. They knew Lu Wenxiu's talent very well, so they didn't think that the 3 of them would lie to them. Outside the Golden Gate, Lan Xin'er looked worried. She heard all kinds of discussions, but it was obvious that they were supporting Lu Wenxiu. After all, they didn't know much about Yi Qin. Mr. Yi, you must win. On the arena, Lu Wenxiu's cynical eyes gradually became serious. He was cynical and couldn't bring himself to fight for things he wasn't interested in, but it did mean that he had no vision. From the second round, he knew that Yi Qin wasn't an ordinary swordsman. He was as dangerous as the top 5 on the Sky King list. If he didn't go all out, he would lose miserably. I am Lu Wenxiu. Out of respect for Yi Qin, Lu Wenxiu told him his name. Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded slightly. I know you are very strong, but in this ranking battle, there is something that I insist on. Therefore, I will give it my all and bring out 120% of my strength. Lu Wenxiu said, word by word. I hope so. Yi Qin also wanted to know how talented Lu Wenxiu was as one of the 3 geniuses of the 4 major life-star areas. Lu Wenxiu had a slim body with long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. Whoosh! An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body, but in the blink of an eye it was restrained. Lu Wenxiu's long hair grew longer, and his pupils turned pale gold. Selfless heavenly I realm. Ghost genius Lu Wenxiu is indeed powerful. The speed of his selfless realm is too fast. The audience exclaimed. On the other hand, Yi Qin didn't change at all. This Yi Qin is too arrogant. Lu Wenxiu respected him and immediately entered the selfless Heaven's Eye realm. But he didn't react at all. The eccentric Speed Wolf King didn't know that Yi Chen couldn't enter the Inata state. It thought that Yi Chen was too arrogant and didn't take Lu Wenxiu seriously. Although the others did not say anything, a few of them could not help but frown. Lu Wenxiu, who had entered the selfless heavenly eye realm, immediately noticed that the flaws on Yi Chen's body were pitifully few, and they were constantly disappearing. Without any hesitation, Lu Wenxiu took the initiative to attack Yi Chen. Lu Wenxiu's movement technique was incomparably marvelous. Every time he moved, an afterimage would appear. As he moved for dozens of li, there were hundreds of afterimages, like a soft, long line. Lu Wenxiu, who was at the front, chopped at Yi Chen with a palm blade. The palm blade was illusory and came and went like the wind, giving people the feeling of a gust of wind brushing past their faces. It's here. It's one of Lu Wenxiu's 4 ultimate skills, Wind Shadow Chop. Someone couldn't help but shout, Wind Shadow Chop. There should be something special about it, right? An ultimate skill that could make the spectators applaud was definitely not ordinary. Clang! The demon's slaughtering sword was unsheathed. Yi Chen's sword met the attack, and the sword light was like cold lightning. Bang! The palm and sword collided. Yi Chen didn't move at all, but Lu Wenxiu was sent flying. Something's wrong. The strength isn't that strong. Yi Chen frowned. Lu Wenxiu's palm blade might be very sharp and fast to those eliminated elite geniuses, but who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves. This palm blade, other than being a little fast and having a slightly erratic trajectory, didn't have anything special about it. However, it contained a layer of soft force. The terror of the Wind Shadow Chop has just begun. Zhao Wuk had experienced this move before, so he knew how terrifying it was. Hua! Lu Wenxiu, who was sent flying, turned around like a whirlwind and once again attacked Yi Chen. So that's how it is. The attack power has increased by quite a bit. Yi Chen once again sent Lu Wenxiu flying. Pong, 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 pong. The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Unknowingly, Lu Wenxiu's phantoms had multiplied by several times. The entire center of the martial stage was filled with his phantoms, and with a rough estimate, there were at least several thousand of them. These phantoms weren't inanimate objects, but were like the wind, sweeping everywhere. If one had to describe them, they could be described as the basic components of the wind, and the several thousand phantoms had converged into a horrifying phantom tornado. The more phantoms there were, the stronger Lu Wenxiu's attack power seemed to be. It seemed to be endless and unceasingly stacking up. Watch out! Wind Shadow Chain Chop. Lu Wenxiu's voice was heard. At the same time, rows of Lu Wenxiu's phantoms attacked Yi Chen like a queue. As soon as the first row finished its attack, the second row of Lu Wenxiu's followed. These phantoms were hard to distinguish, and each of them had a powerful attack power. If one chose to ignore them, then no matter how strong Yi Chen's protective Jinyuan was, it would still be broken. More importantly, Lu Wenxiu's real body was hidden in the phantoms, and with a slight carelessness, he would definitely suffer a fatal attack. To be able to use the wind profound and water profound to such a degree, you are indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 geniuses. How could Yi Chen not see that the Wind Shadow Chop was a unique skill that combined movement and attack power? The wind made it faster, and the water made the phantoms more condensed, making them harder to break down. Moreover, it contained layers upon layers of soft energy, which could dissolve most attacks. If one didn't have absolute power, or didn't have a way to deal with it, then they would be crushed to death by the phantoms. Autumn Water Profound. 1,000 Years Shatter. Top rank profound martial skills were broad and profound. Although the Autumn Water Sword art contained the perfect metal profound and water profound, it was actually very rough. On the basis of the Autumn Water Sword art, Yi Chen had already developed an even stronger move. As the sword was waved out, the void was like a lake being blown by the wind, creating countless ripples. The moonlight in the lake was shattered into millions of pieces along with the ripples. At that moment, Lu Winxiu had a dreamy feeling of being in the water. Not good. Lu Winxiu didn't have time to attack Yi Chen anymore and hurriedly retreated, escaping from the phantoms. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Thousands of phantoms disappeared. Those broken moonlight were extremely condensed and soft sword qi. The sword qi swam around, and Lu Winxiu's phantoms couldn't stop it at all. The ripples in the lake and the broken moonlight spread at an extremely fast speed, and Lu Winxiu was affected by the sword aura of the autumn water sword art. His speed had decreased by a lot, and he had only retreated for 10 miles before he was caught up. Bronze wall, iron wall. Lu Winxiu's hands drew a half circle in front of him, and a dark gold cover covered him. Clank, clank. The broken moonlight hit on the dark gold cover, creating a continuous metal clashing sound. It's the second of the 4 supreme martial skills, bronze wall, iron wall. The one who spoke was Bai Li Hun. Lu Winxiu's 4 supreme martial skills were all top-rank profound martial skills. The wind shadow chop focused on movement, and the bronze wall, iron wall focused on defense, containing the perfect earth profound and metal profound. This supreme martial skill was so powerful that even Bai Li Hun's burning blade art couldn't break through it. Another top-rank profound martial skill. A cold glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The demon's slaughtering sword was raised high above his head, emitting a blazing green flame. After a brief moment of preparation, Yi Chen slashed down at Lu Winxiu. Merciless water and fire. Kacha! The indestructible dark gold cover was split in half, and Lu Winxiu was sent flying back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a clear green sword mark that flickered for a split second. The boundless sword force nearly tore him in half through the armor. This sword move's killing power was terrifying to the extreme. What? The crowd was shocked. Lu Winxiu's bronze wall, iron wall, was broken in a split second. What kind of sword move was this? It was too powerful. The spectators and the eliminated participants outside the Golden Gate held their breaths in rapt attention. At this moment, Yi Chen's terrifying strength was on full display. Even Lu Winxiu, who was going all out, wasn't his opponent. This time, Lu Winxiu is really in danger. Who would have thought that a peak expert would appear in my black tortoise galaxy, and the vermilion bird galaxy would also have one? Yan Feihua lamented. Zhao Wu's eyes narrowed. As a fellow swordsman, other than the unimaginable pressure that Yi Chen brought him, it also gave him endless motivation. Tilting his head, Zhao Wu looked at Lung Fifan and Xiao Xiu. Of these 2 people, one was a blade user, the other a swordsman. Both were opponents that he strived to defeat. Lung Fifan crossed his arms over his chest, his expression unchanged. But his pupils were deep and unfathomable. At Xiao Xiu's waist were 2 swords, a long sword and a short sword. The long sword was thin, while the short sword was thick. The way he looked at Yi Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Although it wasn't obvious, Zhao Wu could feel it. Xiao Xiu, even you're tempted to fight. On the stage, Yi Chen inwardly shook his head, inwardly shaking his head. Merciless water and fire was one of his ultimate sword moves, and its power was not limited to this. In this attack, he only used 30% of his strength. During the sword forging process, he had already raised his fire profound to perfection. In other words, the merciless water and fire profound, which contain the perfection of water profound and fire profound, were not just a little bit stronger, but several times stronger. Previously, merciless water and fire was already stronger than ordinary top, rank, profound martial skills. Now it was several times or even 10 times stronger than ordinary top, rank, profound martial skills. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had split the opponent's dark golden cover with one sword. Am I going to lose like this? Lu Winxiu, who had been sent flying far away, closed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. No. Lu Winxiu opened his eyes, which were filled with an indescribable fighting spirit. In the past, it was difficult for him to raise his fighting spirit because he couldn't be obsessed with winning. Others could get stronger as they fought, but he relied on cultivation to strengthen himself. However, it was different this time. This time, he had already made up his mind to successfully pass the gods' test field. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Lu Wenjie, wait for me in the gods' paradise. Roaring in his heart, Lu Winxiu forcefully stopped his retreat and stood firmly on the stage. His pupils became deeper, and the pale gold color gradually turned into a deep gold color. His hair grew longer, reaching his thighs, and his expression had an unprecedented change. It was a burning fighting spirit and fighting spirit. The real Lu Winxiu has awakened. The one who spoke was Peerless King Audio. Chapter 1066. Ji Changyue kept a long distance from the spectators. Others were only a few hundred meters away from each other, but he was about 2 miles away from the nearest one. Looking at Lu Winxiu on the stage, Ji Changyue's mouth curled up. He and Lu Winxiu grew up together, so no one knew him better than he did. It had been almost 10 years since he last saw Lu Winxiu at this moment. His temperament has changed. In Yi Chen's eyes, Lu Winxiu used to be a lazy leopard. Even when he became a little more serious, he did not completely abandon this temperament. But now, Lu Winxiu gave people the feeling that he was a fierce leopard that had not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. If he did not eat, he would starve to death. Being forced into a desperate situation, his temperament was full of sharpness and ferocity. Laziness and cynicism had completely disappeared from him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were no phantoms. Lu Winxiu's movement speed had reached an astonishing level. With a flash, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Of course, the distance between him and Yi Chen was not hundreds of thousands of miles. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he made hundreds of attacks. When he missed, he immediately retreated and attacked again. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Chen looked calm. The demon slayer sword in his hand was extremely fast. No matter which angle or direction Lu Winxiu attacked from, he would block it. Lu Winxiu's speed is so fast, much faster than before. Someone said, yes, the higher the realm of the selfless heavenly eye, the faster the speed of perception and movement. In the selfless heavenly eye realm, there are at most 3 people who can match or surpass him. However, don't you guys feel that the swordsman named Yi Chen's sword speed is getting faster and faster? Before, I could still see the trajectory. Now, I can't even see the trajectory. It seems like he can reach his destination with one swing of his sword. Yeah, I wonder when such a terrifying swordsman appeared in the Vermilion Bird Star region. I don't think he's a genius from some planet with life. Instead, he came from some remote world with life. Otherwise, with his sword skills, how could he not have any reputation? The human clan and the demon clan were irreconcilable with the demons and other evil clans. It was either you die or I live. The planets with life were the base of the human clan and the demon clan in the universe, and the living worlds were their root. One day, if the demons and other evil clans were strong enough to defeat them, they could hide in the living worlds and come out again after accumulating enough power. In fact, it was not that the human clan and the demon clan had never been defeated in the past, but with the existence of the living worlds, it was almost impossible for them to be completely eliminated. There were dozens of inhabited worlds around the 4 major life star areas. Some were far away and some were close. Lu Winxiu's body soared high into the air, her right hand grabbing at Yi Chen. Whoosh! As the flames burned, a giant hand of lava thousands of miles wide appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the space where Yi Chen was. It rapidly tightened and contracted. The third of the 4 supreme skills, Fire God's Hand. It was not over yet. As soon as the fire god's hand was performed, Lu Winchio's left hand suddenly stretched out. Her palm shone with dazzling starlight. The starlight was dark and condensed in her palm. A terrifying gravitational force instantly acted on Yi Chen's body. The fourth of the four supreme skills, Star Trapping Hand. The four supreme skills were all top-rank profound sense martial arts, each more powerful than the previous one. This was the brilliant ghost genius Lu Winchio. 6 complete profound senses are indeed powerful. Surrounded by the lava hand, Yi Chen stood there with the demon slaughtering sword in his hand. Of Lu Wenchio's 4 supreme skills, the Wind Shadow Chop contained the complete Wind Profound and Water Profound. The Indestructible Wall contained the complete Metal Profound and Earth Profound. The Fire God's Hand contained the complete Fire Profound and Earth Profound. And the Star Trapping Hand contained the complete Starlight Profound. Altogether, there were 6 complete profounds: wind, water, metal, earth, fire, and starlight. For ordinary geniuses at this age, it was already not bad to comprehend 2 profounds to completion. Those who could comprehend 3 complete profounds would be considered outstanding. As for 6 complete profounds, no one could surpass them. Although Yi Chen was not even 40 years old, which was a little younger than his opponent, he did not dare to say that he could comprehend 6 profounds to completion at his opponent's age. However, he was somewhat confident in comprehending 5 profounds. Having multiple profounds to completion would bring about a huge effect. The combination of 2 would allow one to create many top-rank profound sense martial arts. After all, there were many types of profound sense martial arts. They were divided into defensive martial arts, offensive martial arts, movement martial arts, and so on. Some profounds amplified the attack more, while others amplified the defense more. If one only had 1 or 2 profounds to completion, creating a top-rank profound sense martial art would be limited. However, it did not mean that the more profound sense martial arts one had, the more powerful they would be. In this universe, where only the strong were respected, strength was everything. As for what one used to amplify one's strength, no one would care. The demon slaughtering sword burned fiercely. The dark green flame condensed into a huge heaven sword. Raising the heaven sword up high, Yi Chen slashed at Lu Winchio in the sky. As for the lava hand and the majestic gravitational force, they were completely ignored by him because these obstructions would be crushed under his sword. Whoosh! A dark green sword scar illuminated the entire stage. Lu Winchio's left arm had disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, he had used his exceptional reaction and dodging speed to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, this sword was simply too fast. Distance was no longer able to restrict it. Lu Winchio slid on the ground for several hundred li. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of the flowing sea. The lava hand's encirclement speed is still too slow for him. Although my star-trapping hand created a huge gravitational force and reduced his body's reaction speed, he only needs 1 sword to break through everything. Sword techniques containing water and fire profounds are indeed powerful. It is not something ordinary top-rank profound sense sword techniques can compare to. However, he most likely didn't notice that a flaw had appeared on his body. The moment he attacked was also the moment when he revealed his flaw. Lu Winchio's eyes flashed with an intense fighting spirit. His missing left arm grew back. Hua! A row of phantoms appeared, followed by another row. The densely packed phantoms separated and attacked Yi Chen from all directions, like swallows returning to their nest. Is it the Wind Shadow Chop again? This move seems to be useless against Yi Chen. His opponent's dreamy and gorgeous sword move has a terrifying area of effect. Maybe Lu Winchio has some plans? Everyone was puzzled by Lu Winchio's actions. Just as everyone expected, the Wind Shadow Chop was indeed useless against Yi Chen. However, Lu Winchio's goal had been achieved. A flaw has appeared. 9-star alignment. The instant Yi Qin executed the autumn water profoundness, 1,000 years shattering, Lu Winxiu locked onto that fleeting flaw. A string of starlight condensed into star beads and shot out in an absolute straight line. The star beads collided with each other, and the star bead at the front had its speed increased to light speed. If it was a light speed attack from the front, there would definitely be many people who could block it. However, if it was a light speed attack aimed at a flaw, there would basically be no one who could block it. What was a flaw? It was the weak spots or blind spots of the person being attacked. For example, an ordinary person would have flaws everywhere. If someone attacked him from the back, he would definitely not be able to react in time and would immediately be knocked down by a punch. Even if he managed to react in time, he wouldn't be able to block it in time and could only try his best to dodge. The back was the greatest flaw of an ordinary person. The person attacking him could completely attack continuously until the other party collapsed. After all, it would take time to turn around. Yi Qin also had flaws. Everyone had flaws. The instant Yi Qin executed his ultimate move would be the instant he revealed his flaw. If he wanted to make the flaw disappear, he would also need time. Of course, flaws were meaningful to those who were fast enough. If an old man who could barely walk attacked someone from the back, the attack would most likely be dodged. He could see this flaw, but he couldn't hit it, so it was meaningless. However, Lu Winxiu's 9-star alignment had already reached light speed. It would be extremely difficult to block or dodge it. This should be the 5th ultimate move. Yi Qin admitted that he had been careless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to block or dodge the opponent's 9-star alignment. He wouldn't have enough time. Buzz! A mighty sword momentum erupted from Yi Qin's body, and the space froze for a moment. At the next moment, Yi Qin split the star bead with his sword. The flaw attack that Lu Winxiu had carefully prepared was immediately disintegrated. Impossible! Lu Winxiu's eyes froze. In his judgment, Yi Qin should be able to react, but he definitely wouldn't be able to block or dodge it. However, how did Yi Qin manage to split the star bead with his sword? Lu Winxiu is going to lose. This swordsman, named Yi Qin, is way too powerful. Even under such circumstances, he was able to break Lu Winxiu's killer move. Yes, although I don't quite understand it, I can feel that Lu Winxiu is very confident in that move. The move that Lu Winxiu is so confident in must be a killer move that surpasses the previous 4 ultimate moves. It wouldn't be too much to describe it as Lu Wenxiu's 5th ultimate move. However, it still failed. That's enough to show how terrifying his opponent is. The onlookers were in a heated discussion. Yan Feihua frowned. Few people on the Heavenly King list could compare to her eyesight. She could clearly see that Lu Winxiu had indeed locked onto Yi Qin's flaw. However, she didn't understand why her attack was ineffective. She felt that something was missing at that moment. Is it because the space is still? Among the crowd, only King Agio seemed to be deep in thought. It's my turn to attack now. So far, Yi Qin had not walked out of the 10-meter range. He had been blocking or counterattacking on the spot. Everyone was shocked to realize that. Swoosh! Under the shroud of the sword domain, Yi Qin's speed soared to the limit as he flashed towards Lu Winxiu. In his eyes, there was a diagonal line and 3 dots on Lu Winxiu's body, which were her flaws. Although the 4 flaws were constantly changing positions according to Lu Winxiu's movements, they would not disappear. Star-trapping hand. Lu Winxiu extended her left hand, and a terrifying gravitational force was about to affect Yi Qin. Swish! Yi Qin's figure was erratic, avoiding the binding of the gravitational force. Uffed! When he was less than a mile away from his opponent, Yi Qin quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang! Facing Yi Qin's frontal attack, Lu Winxiu would not be caught off guard. Everyone had flaws, but it did not mean that one would be able to find them and attack them. Lu Winxiu would be able to change the position of the flaw at the critical moment. He crossed his arms and a dark gold light appeared in front of him. It was a simplified version of the iron wall. However, that sword attack of Yi Chen's contained a powerful sword power, and Lu Winchio's whole body was blown away. Sword steps. It had been a long time since Yi Chen used sword steps. With a step forward, sword light filled the air, and Yi Chen appeared behind Lu Winchio. "I've lost." Lu Winchio's head flew high, and blood spurted out. Chapter 1067. Ghost genius Lu Winchio had lost, which was unexpected, but also reasonable. The strength that Yi Chen had displayed was not something that could be countered with just a little bit of effort. It could only be said that Lu Winchio had woken up too late. If he could maintain this fighting spirit, his current strength would not be like this. It could even be several times stronger. Although Lu Winchio's defeat made many sigh, everyone's attention quickly shifted away from him. He was not the only big shot here. Almost everyone was the star of the show. The next battle was between the Tanned Youth and the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, who was ranked third on the Sky King list. The Tanned Youth came from the Black Tortoise Galaxy, and his name was Xia Shaoshan. Just like Yi Chen, he had appeared out of nowhere, and no one had heard of his name before. This battle was fierce and violent. The Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, was ranked second only to the Tyrannosaurus Dragon Yangting on the Sky King list. His speed, defense, and strength had reached an astonishing level, and he had no weaknesses. His control over his strength was also exceptional, and he could already use the 4 stacks at will. Every punch and kick contained terrifying destructive power. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would be over quickly, and that Zhou Jian, the king of black destruction, would be able to finish off Xia Shaoshan easily. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Shaoshan's madness was not any weaker than Zhou Jian's. No, to a certain extent, he was even crazier and wilder than Zhou Jian. His oscillating fist was simply a killing machine that could destroy everything. No matter what technique you used, I will break it with 1 punch. If 1 punch could not break it, then 2 punches, 3 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. In a head-on clash, Zhou Jian not only could not do anything to Xia Shaoshan, but he also retreated step by step, his face pale. Meteor rupturing fist. Zhou Jian roared and attacked with his strongest fist art, Meteor rupturing fist. The Meteor rupturing fist was a top-rank body refining martial art that Zhou Jian had created in the past few years. This body refining martial art had absorbed the essence of other body refining martial arts. More importantly, this body refining martial art had unexpectedly integrated 2 stacks of power. As everyone knew, multiple stacks of power and attack martial arts were very difficult to integrate. Once multiple stacks of power were integrated, the martial arts' own system would be destroyed, and its power would be greatly reduced. It would be better not to integrate it. Zhou Jian had no way to integrate 4 stacks of power, but he had already integrated 2 stacks of power. Although it was not very perfect, and the degree of overlap between 2 stacks of power was not very high, it was enough. With this punch, Zhou Jian had completely shattered a star with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, turning it into billions of pieces, and the star itself did not explode. Boom! This punch was like a hot knife through butter, and it directly hit the skinny Xia Shaoshan. Xia Shaoshan, let me see your 5th style Hadouken! Yan Feihua knew Xia Shaoshan, so she knew his Hadouken very well. Xia Shaoshan's expression became ferocious, and his killing intent was revealed. It was hard to imagine the current him and the previous him as the same person. The difference was too great. 5th movement, killing, intent fist. Xia Shaoshan also roared and threw out a punch. Hiss! The spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Just by looking at this punch, they felt as if their souls were about to be shattered. Yi Chen frowned. This fist art was too dangerous. Once the punch was thrown, all of the user's spirit, chi, and soul would be involuntarily poured into the fist energy, and as the fist energy continued to collapse, it was also mixed with unimaginable killing intent. It could be said that this fist art contained many different attacking systems, but at the same time, a slight mistake would cause great harm, not only to the enemy, but also to the user. This fist art was a true evil fist art. Boom! Like an earthquake, stars fell from the sky, and Xia Shaoshan and Zhou Jian were both blown away. The difference was that Xia Shaoshan quickly landed on the stage, and after a slight shake, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, while Zhou Jian fiercely hit the protective shield of the stage. His body was full of wounds. Xia Shaoshan won. Zhou Jian lost. I can't believe that the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, lost. This Xia Shaoshan is really scary. The audience was shocked and surprised by this result. Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue against flawless swordsman, Zhao Wuk. Gu Qingxue won. Zhao Wuk's sword art did not pose much of a threat to Gu Qingxue, and he paid a huge price for the minor injuries. Seamless Illusionist, Li Yifeng against Wind Kick O Yangying. Li Yifeng won. O Yangying was undoubtedly pitiful. In the end, he did not even know how he lost because he fainted, and his mind was trapped in an illusion, unable to extricate himself. Peerless King Ajiu against Death Illusionist Ji Chengyue. Ajiu won. Ajiu was called Peerless King, just like his title, unparalleled in the world. Ji Chengyue's illusions basically had no effect on him. He was an undefeatable person, or else he would not be ranked first on the Sky King list. Soon, the first round was over. The second round began. In this round, Yi Chen's opponent was Soul Slasher by Li Huan. Undoubtedly, by Li Huan's saber art was domineering and bold. Judging from his temperament, he and Lung Fifan were two completely different types. Lung Fifan was reserved and calm, giving people a feeling that he was unpredictable. His battles had always been cold and decisive, while by Li Huan's temperament was scorching. Standing there, he was like a burning volcano that was about to erupt. His saber art had inherited this characteristic. However, his opponent was Yi Chen. Facing Yi Chen, courage alone was not enough. Therefore, Bai Li Huan and Lu Wenxiu were both defeated by Yi Chen, and he was convinced of his defeat. There were 10 battles in this round. The battle between Yi Chen and Bai Li Huan was the 7th. These 7 battles didn't cause too much of a stir, which was within everyone's expectations. However, the 8th battle had a change. Lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan versus Azure Dragon swordsman Xiao Xiu. As one of the top 3 geniuses, Lung Fifan's strength was unfathomable. Apart from Peerless King Ajiu, it was not surprising that he could defeat anyone else. However, Azure Dragon swordsman Xiao Xiu was not easy to deal with. His Azure Dragon sword art was known as the most powerful sword art. In the eyes of the audience, his strength was terrifying. A swordsman and a swordsman. It was a battle between the strong. In the end, it was Lung Fifan who had the last laugh. Just as the rumors said, Lung Fifan would most likely rank in the top 3, or even second. As for the first place, it would depend on whether Lung Fifan was strong enough to challenge Peerless King Ajiu. After all, Ajiu was known as the top genius of the 4 major life star fields. In the 3rd round, Yi Chen defeated Zhao Wuk. Facing Zhao Wuk's flawless sword art, Yi Chen's sword art was even more unfathomable. In terms of the ability to see through flaws, Zhao Wuk was far behind. No matter how one looked at it, the two were not on the same level. In the 4th round, Yi Chen versus Ghost Hand Luo Ming. Luo Ming forfeited. In the 5th round, Yi Chen's opponent was Akiji King. Akiji King forfeited. In the 6th round, Qi Hongyan forfeited. In the 7th round, Monster Speed Wolf King forfeited. In the 8th round, Gu Qingxue forfeited. In the 8th round, Yi Chen won all of them. Apart from the first 3 rounds, Yi Chen's opponents forfeited in the last 5 rounds. They might have already lost to Yi Chen, or they might have known that the gap between them was too big. Anyway, in the eyes of the audience, Yi Chen was already in the top 7. Without enough strength, it was better to save time. In the 9th round, Yi Qin encountered a strong opponent. His opponent was Azure Dragon swordsman Xiao Xiu. Both of them were swordsmen. Whoever won would be the number 1 swordsman in the 4 major vital starfields. Of course, in terms of battle record, Yi Qian was undoubtedly better. So far, Yi Qin had not lost a single battle, while Xiao Xiu had lost 3 times. Once to Lung Fifan, once to violent Dragon Yangting, and once to peerless King Ajio. However, it could not be said that Xiao Xiu was weak. It could only be said that his opponents were too strong. Lifeless Bladesman Lung Fifan, violent Dragon Yangting, and peerless King Ajio were the most popular figures this time. All of them had been encountered by Xiao Xiu. If he won, it would be a reversal. If he lost, it did not mean that he was weak. In the 3 battles, Xiao Xiu's sword skills had already convinced the audience. Ding, 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 ding. Ding top swordsman against top swordsman had always been a very dangerous battle. In terms of technique, they had reached a divine level. Any ordinary sword move could be turned into something magical in their hands. Damn, he's really abnormal. He can even take advantage of such a small flaw. It's too exaggerated. What kind of battle is this? Just looking at it makes people's hair stand on end. The 18 people who were watching the battle were fine, but the eliminated people outside the Golden Gate were holding their breaths, deeply afraid to miss any detail. In fact, so far, they had not seen the real details, and there were only a few people who could see through it. Dang! A strange sound came from the collision of swords. Xiao Xiu's arm stiffened for a moment. Pucci! In the next moment, Yi Chen's figure flashed past Xiao Xiu's side, and Xiao Xiu's head flew. He's really a scary person. Until now, I wonder how much of his strength he has revealed. Lu Wenxiu shook her head. In the battle between Yi Qin and Xiao Xiu, the move that appeared the most was not the sword move of the fusion of water and fire, but the vibration sword skill. Although Xiao Xiu was strong, after countless collisions with the vibration sword skill, his arm had become numb uncontrollably. Once the arm became numb, the flaw would naturally be revealed. When facing Yi Qin, even the slightest flaw was terrifying. Forget it, I'll just admit defeat when I face him in the next round. Yan Feihua also shook her head. Eyesight and violence were her biggest advantages, but after watching this battle, she felt that her eyesight paled in comparison to her opponent. As for violence, it should be a joke in her opponent's eyes. In the 10th round, Divine Wind Kick Ouyang, Taiying forfeited. In the 11th round, Yan Feihua forfeited. 11 consecutive victories. Currently, there are only a few people who can maintain that. The crowd was discussing. Just wait and see. He's luckier. So far, he has not encountered a popular figure. If he does, I'm afraid he will still lose. At present, there were 3 popular figures, namely Peerless King Ajio, Lifeless Swordsman Lung Fifan, and Tyrannosaurus Yangting. In addition, Xia Xiaoshan and Infernal Illusionist Li Yifeng were also popular figures. Xia Xiaoshan's Hadouken defeated Zhou Jian, while Li Yifeng's illusions were terrifying. Death Illusionist Ji Qingyue was also defeated by him. Chapter 1068. In the 12th round, Yi Qin continued to maintain his winning streak. His opponent was Divine Wind Foot Ouyang Taiying, who chose to forfeit. In the 10th match of the 12th round, Seamless Illusionist Li Yifeng faced off against Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu. This battle was full of ups and downs. The situation reversed several times. Sometimes it was Li Yifeng and sometimes it was Xiao Xiu. There was even a moment when Xiao Xiu almost killed Li Yifeng. How strange! Outside the Golden Gate, everyone was confused. They had no idea what was happening on the martial stage. Of course, this was mainly related to the illusion technique. Only those who were affected by the illusion technique would be able to see the appearance of the illusion technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Even if they weren't affected by the illusions, they could still see. For example, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes turned silver. This wasn't a sign of entering the selfless realm, but the ability of the eye of the soul had shifted to his eyes. In his line of sight, the martial stage was still the martial stage. However, there were two Li Yifengs on the stage. One was Li Yifeng's real body, and the other was created by the illusions. Obviously, Xiao Xiyu was affected by the illusions and couldn't see Li Yifeng's real body. She thought that the Li Yifeng created by the illusions was his real body. The reason why Li Yifeng was called Seamless Illusionist was because his illusions didn't have any gaps. It wasn't a big deal if you could see through one illusion. He could seamlessly create one illusion after another, making it so that you didn't have time to break them. You would be tired of dealing with them, and eventually you would fall into the illusion. Xiao Xiyu was already very amazing. She had broken through Li Yifeng's illusions 13 times in a row. This was the 14th time. Reversal! A sneer appeared on Li Yifeng's face. He flipped his palm, and his palm faced upwards. A strange scene occurred. The Li Yifeng created by the illusions instantly merged into Xiao Xiyu's body. In the next moment, Xiao Xiyu began to mutilate herself. She thinks of herself as an opponent. Yi Chen didn't know whether Xiao Xiyu saw the same thing as him. He only knew that Xiao Xiyu was about to lose. Qi, blood, splattered everywhere. Li Yifeng's real body flashed to Xiao Xiyu's side and reached out to take her head. Li Yifeng knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Xiyu by relying on illusions alone. To be able to rank in the top 10 of the Heavenly King Decree, which one of them didn't have a tenacious will. Illusions could confuse them for a moment, but they couldn't confuse them forever. But for Li Yifeng, a moment was enough. Li Yifeng's illusions are too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Xiyu was defeated by him. In a one-on-one battle, Li Yifeng might not be the strongest. But in a team battle, I estimate that he is no less useful than peerless King Ajo. Everyone dreaded Li Yifeng, including the top-ranked individuals. The 13th round began. In this round, Li Yifeng persisted. In his 5th match, he defeated ghost talent Lu Wenxiu. The 6th match was between Yi Chen and Zhou Jian. After 12 rounds of battles, Yi Chen's fame had skyrocketed. Apart from the most popular figures, he was in the limelight for a while. On the other hand, Zhou Jian was one of the older influential figures and was ranked 3rd on the Heaven King ranking. Even though he had lost to Xia Shaoshan, his reputation had declined, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Zhou Jian was still a formidable opponent, and not everyone had the qualifications to be his opponent. Perhaps it was because he had lost to Xia Shaoshan that Zhou Jian had been suppressing his anger, or perhaps it was because of Yi Chen that he had developed a sense of crisis. Zhou Jian launched a fierce attack at Yi Chen from the very beginning. He used his ultimate skills one after another. Clang! 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 Yi Chen's fighting style was not as violent and crazy as Xia Xiaoshan's, but the audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Chen's sword skills had reached a new realm of sharpness and precision. This was a realm that Azure Dragon swordsman Xiao Xiyu and flawless swordsman Zhao Wuk could not reach. On the battling platform, sword qi crisscrossed and fist energies whistled. No matter how fierce Zhou Jian's attacks were, he could not threaten Yi Chen even a little bit. His momentum seemed vast and unstoppable. But if one were to observe carefully, it would give people a feeling of a cornered beast fighting. It was a strange feeling, because, judging from the situation, Zhou Jian was not at a disadvantage. He was attacking and defending with Yi Chen. Meteor rupturing fist. Zhou Jian faintly felt that something was wrong. He roared and threw out a punch. Hundreds of dazzling fist energies were like meteors flying towards Yi Chen. Although the power of the meteor rupturing fist was not as strong as the meteor rupturing fist, it only had 20 to 30% of its power. But it was faster and had a lot of energy. Every dazzling fist energy contained 2 layers of energy. Being hit by so many fist energies, unless one's defense had reached the level of violent Dragon Yangting, no one would be able to take it. Facing so many fist energies, Yi Chen only waved his sword. Crackle! The dazzling fist energies were all destroyed. In the next second, Yi Chen's feet shone with sword light. In a split second, he appeared behind Zhou Jian. Pucci! A third of Zhou Jian's neck had been cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Pretty strong defense. Yi Chen did not expect Zhou Jian's defense to be this strong. That sword attack, just now, was the third move of the vibrational sword spell, Sky Absolute Sword. It contained the perfect Metal Profound and the great success Earth Profound. With these 2 profounds, it produced vibrating power, which was way more powerful than any normal top-rank profound sword attack. He broke through Zhou Jian's defense so easily and almost cut off his head. Everyone was shocked. Compared to the others, Zhou Jian was even more shocked. He knew his defense the best. Although Xia Shaoshan had defeated him, if it was a real-life or death battle, Xia Shaoshan would not be able to gain the upper hand without exchanging tens of thousands of blows. Even with Xia Shaoshan's extraordinary attack power, he was only slightly injured. In comparison, Yi Chen's sword attack was more threatening. As long as his head was cut off, with Yi Chen's attack speed, he could be killed in an instant. Titan protection! His flesh wriggled, and the wound on Zhou Jian's neck recovered. He hurried to increase the distance between him and Yi Chen. Qi surged from his body, forming an illusionary full-body armor, which made his body several times bigger, like a small giant. But it was all in vain. The sword did not manage to cut off Zhou Jian's head. Yi Chen turned around and attacked again. This time it was merciless water and fire. The green sword light flashed across Zhou Jian's neck, and in the next second, Zhou Jian's head flew high into the air. Yi Chen won. He has already won 13 times in a row. Even Zhou Jian could not stop him. So scary. In the 14th round, Xiao Xiu defeated Lu Wenxiu. Violent Dragon Yang Ting defeated Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue. Peerless King Adjiu defeated Zhou Jian, and Lifeless Swordsman Lung Fifan defeated Soul Slasher by Li Huan. In the 7th round, Yi Chen against Seamless Illusionist Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng's illusions had already reached the acme of perfection. Even Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu had fallen to his hands. Although Yi Chen had defeated Xiao Xiu, everyone present felt that this battle would be very dangerous. Illusions were different from combat strength. If one was not careful, they would fall into a trap. No matter how monstrous one's strength was, they would still become fish on the chopping block. Therefore, the majority of people believed that Yi Chen was not Li Yifeng's opponent. On the martial stage, Yi Chen and Li Yifeng stood 100 miles apart. Li Yifeng had a smile on his face as he sized up Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also sizing up Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng was known as the #1 illusionist of the younger generation in the 4 major life star fields. Naturally, his reputation was not undeserved. A swordsman's will had always been very condensed, and their sword intent could cut through all illusions. However, Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiao Xiu had still fallen to Li Yifeng's hands. This was enough to prove that Li Yifeng's illusions could no longer be judged with common sense. Let's begin. Li Yifeng faintly smiled. Yi Chen said, "Hasn't it already begun?" Frowning, Li Yifeng suspiciously sized up Yi Chen. As for the audience, except for a few people, everyone else was confused. What had begun? What had begun? What did they mean by begun? Peerless King Adjiu said to himself, "Interesting." Several hundred meters away, Lung Fifan maintained a grim expression. No one could see anything from his face. Li Yifeng took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his hand, countless black bats swooped towards Yi Chen. These bats had sharp claws and teeth, and their eyes were red. Their small bodies contained an astonishing amount of energy. As for Li Yifeng himself, he was like a phantom, shuttling back and forth among the black bats, waiting for an opportunity to give Yi Chen a fatal blow. Yi Chen stood in the center of the martial stage, not even intending to draw his sword. Hoo hoo hoo! In the next moment, numerous black bats swooped down on Yi Chen's body. Li Yifeng also sent a palm strike towards Yi Chen's head. Just as Yi Chen was about to be hit, everything vanished. Amazing! Li Yifeng clapped his hands. Same to you. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. What happened? As for the audience, they were all scratching their heads in confusion. On the martial stage, Li Yifeng and Yi Chen hadn't moved at all. How come one said he was amazing and the other said the same to him? Yan Feihua sighed. Just now, Li Yifeng should have launched an illusion attack. In order to make the other party fall into an illusion, a medium was needed. The most common medium was the eyes. Of course, Li Yifeng had already reached the point of using everything as a medium. However, to a master that had been tempered countless times, the most common illusions were actually the most effective. For instance, if you used an illusion to create a world, there would definitely be a flaw. This was because the world created by an illusion and the real world would always have a slight difference. It was just that you didn't notice it or missed it. As for ordinary illusions, they basically had no flaws at all. Of course, ordinary illusions were still ordinary illusions in the end. The lethality wasn't too great. In a one-on-one situation, even if someone fell for it, they would quickly wake up. But for complex illusions, if they didn't fall for it, then they would fall for it and be unable to extricate themselves. It was obvious that at some unknown time, Li Yifeng had used an illusion on Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen, he had seen through the illusion and remained indifferent. Li Yifeng wouldn't blindly use illusions because that would be far too fake. Li Yifeng's own combat strength was also extremely terrifying. He was in no way inferior to ghost talent Lu Wenxiu and the others. By relying on his own combat strength and illusions that were hard to distinguish between real and fake, Li Yifeng displayed the essence of an illusionist to the limit. Often, if you thought it was fake, then you would be directly killed. But if you thought it was real, then you would fall into an illusion. Although it seemed like you had to choose between the two, the truth was that you didn't have a choice. Autumn water profound meaning, thousand autumns shatter. Yi Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a brilliant light shot out in all directions. He slashed out with his sword and the void rippled like a lake. Ripples spread out, spreading onto Li Yifeng's body. Hua! Blood splashed out. Li Yifeng had been defeated. Yi Chen had won 14 straight victories. Chapter 1069. To deal with Li Yifeng, Yi Chen did not need to use his soul eyes. His opponent's illusions seemed very realistic, but with Yi Chen's eyesight he could still see the flaws. If he could see the flaws, then it was naturally an illusion. Thus, it would not be easy for his soul to create illusions. It could be said that defeating Li Yifeng was several times easier than defeating Xiao Xiu. Li Yifeng's pure battle power was far inferior to Xiao Xiu's. Li Yifeng was easily defeated by Yi Chen. This naturally surprised the audience. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Yi Chen did not fear illusions. In other words, seamless illusionist Li Yifeng's illusions were not qualified to be a problem for Yi Chen. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, and he doesn't fear Li Yifeng's illusions. It seems that the only way to defeat him is to fight him head-on. Yes, although martial artists have a natural counter to each other, it is rare for a swordsman to be countered, let alone a swordsman at this level. As the audience discussed, the 8th match began. Tyrannosaurus Yangting against Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. Tyrannosaurus Yangting's true form was that of an armored dragon. His defense and strength were astonishing. At the same level, an armored dragon could easily fight dozens of enemies. Ordinary people could not even break through his defense, let alone contend with him. Therefore, in order to contend with a dragon at the same level, one's attack power must be high enough. If one's attack power was not high enough, all other methods would be useless. So far, Tyrannosaurus Yangting had not been defeated. As for Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, he had lost twice. Once to Xia Shaoshan and once to Yi Qin. His momentum was much weaker than usual, but Yi Qin knew that Zhou Jian was actually very strong. If Yi Qin had only used 30% of his strength against Lu Winxiu, then Yi Qin had used 40% to 40% of his strength against Azure Dragon Swordsman Xiaoxiu. And now, against Zhou Jian, Yi Qin had used 60% of his strength. Do not underestimate this 60% strength. Compared to when he left Elysium, Yi Qin's strength had more than doubled. Now he could completely contend with a 6th layer life and death realm demon king. In the life and death realm, it would be easier to battle against those with higher realms in the early stages. But after reaching the 4th realm, it would be much more difficult. Most of the 20 people present were at the 4th realm, and only a few of them were at the 5th realm. No one was in a hurry to make a breakthrough, as they wanted to stabilize their foundation as much as possible. Only then would they be able to reach the higher realms. Not to mention the others. Even Yi Qin himself had more than 70% chance of reaching the 4th realm if he wanted to. But he was not in a hurry, as he knew that a little impatience would ruin the big plan. Confronting a 6th layer life and death realm demon king with peak 3rd layer life and death realm was indeed frightening. Although there were 5th layer life and death realm experts present, the ones who could do this could be counted on one's fingers. Of course, among the 20, the truly powerful ones were the ones at the 4th layer, such as Peerless King Aju, Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, Xia Shaoshan, and Tyrannical Dragon Yangting. They were all at the 4th layer, but their strength was frighteningly powerful. The battle began. Qi energies crisscrossed on the stage, and fist energies were extremely fierce. Yangting and Zhou Jian were both body-refining monarchs. However, in comparison, Zhou Jian was at a disadvantage. Although Zhou Jian's qi power was not ordinary qi power, it was the Vajra qi power cultivated through body-refining cultivation technique. However, compared to Yangting's dragon power, there was still a big gap. Dragon power was ferocious and unstoppable. It was the king of qi power. Within the same realm, it could be said that there was no qi power that could compete with it. Under the suppression of the dragon power, Zhou Jian's diamond qi power was the first to fall into a disadvantageous position. Weeping Blood Diamond, Meteor Exploding Fist. Zhou Jian's qi power suddenly turned blood red and his aura surged. This was a qi power secret art that could greatly increase the explosive power and destructive power of qi power. However, it was a huge burden on the body. Unless it was a crucial moment, Zhou Jian would not use this secret art. When he was fighting against Yi Qin, Zhou Jian did not use this secret art. It was not that he was enduring, but because he was too careless, he did not have time to think, and his head was chopped off by Yi Qin. Now, facing Yangting, he finally burst out with his true strength. Boom, 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 hundreds of blood-red fist energies bombarded Yangting. It was incomparably dazzling. Amazing! Looks like I also have to use my true strength. Yangting's muscles squirmed, transforming into a dragon man with a dragon head and a human body. His body was covered with black dragon armor, and his dragon eyes were cold and emotionless. Roar! With a loud roar, Yangting punched out, and a dragon-shaped qi power violently surged out. Giant Dragon Fist. 4th Order, Sacred Dragon Fist. Sacred Dragon Fist. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Su Jing had also used this fist art before. Dazzling light burst out, and the entire martial stage was filled with light. In the next second, a human figure was sent flying. It was Zhou Jian. Compared to Yangting, he was still much weaker. After all, one was a human, and the other was a giant dragon. However, Zhou Jian did not admit defeat just like that. He had lost against Xia Shaoshan, Yi Qin, and now he lost against Yang Ting again. Zhou Jian had achieved a breakthrough. His bones were cracking, and his aura was like a broken dam. Once again, a layer of silver light appeared on the surface of his skin. The second stage of the selfless state, the higher level of the selfless body. There were two paths to the second stage of the selfless state. One was the selfless heavenly eyes. After entering the selfless heavenly eyes, one's pupils would turn golden, and according to the depth of the golden color, one could determine the level of the warrior. The other was the selfless body, which was different from the selfless heavenly eyes. After entering the selfless body, one's skin and flesh would emit a silver light. At the beginning, this silver light was not obvious, and it was hidden inside the body. But at the higher level, the silver light could no longer be hidden, and would appear on the surface of the skin like a silver Iron Man. Meteor exploding fist. With a loud roar, Zhou Jian forcefully stopped his body from flying backward and threw a punch towards Yang Ting. Yang Ting did not expect Zhou Jian to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle and was caught off guard. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, his arms were like a dragon coming out of the sea, facing Zhou Jian's meteor exploding fist head-on. Two smaller dragon-shaped chi, one on the left and one on the right, violently shot out. This time Yang Ting was pushed back. Both of his feet rubbed against the surface of the stage, and he slid back hundreds of miles. The friction even created a series of burning sparks. Feeling a little stuffy in his chest, Yang Ting raised his head and looked forward. However, a fist was enlarging in his pupils, attacking at high speed. It was the meteor exploding fist again. Boom! 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 Again and again, Yang Ting was pushed back again and again, as if he could not block Zhou Jian's attacks. Good! You are indeed the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian. Everyone has underestimated you. Yang Ting, who had been blown away by Zhou Jian's punch, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He laughed out loud, but his arms that were covered with a layer of black dragon armor had evolved again, turning into dragon arms and dragon claws, real dragon claws. Seeing that Zhou Jian's fist was about to land on his head, he reached out his right hand and instantly grabbed Zhou Jian's wrist. What? Zhou Jian's pupils enlarged. Before, his opponent's attack speed was about the same as his, just a little stronger. But now his attack speed had increased by a lot, and he had grabbed his wrist in an instant. Die. Yang Ting grinned. His left hand that had turned into a dragon claw tightened and exploded Zhou Jian's head. He is indeed the Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting. After showing his true strength, he defeated Zhou Jian in an instant. Zhou Jian is not simple either to be able to break through in the middle of a battle. Come to think of it, his current strength should not be any weaker than Xia Shaoshan and Yi Qin. Both Yang Ting's strength and Zhou Jian's self-breakthrough had shocked the crowd. In the 9th battle, Xia Shaoshan defeated the Green Lightning King, Gu Qingxue. In the 10th battle, the lifeless blade artist, Leng Fifan defeated Yan Feihua. Soon, the 14th round ended, and the 15th round began. In the first battle of this round, there was already a popular battle. Xia Shaoshan versus Yi Qin. Xia Shaoshan had the heart of a newborn, without any impurities. He was like a boy next door, a mountain boy. However, once he used Hadouken, his aura would undergo a huge change. And when he used the 5th style of Hadouken, killing in 10 Hadouken, his aura would become even more terrifying. It was as if the heart of a newborn had actually increased the power of the demonic fist. This time, Yi Qin is going to lose. The eccentric Speed Wolf King shook his head. From Yan Feihua, he already knew how terrifying Xia Shaoshan was. This was a monster that could not be judged by common sense. No matter how powerful Yi Qin's sword art was, facing a monster, it would be useless. It shouldn't be so simple. Of course, I am also confident in Xia Shaoshan. Yan Feihua frowned and said, on the battling platform, my Hadouken has 5 styles. Let's start from the third. 5 styles of Hadouken. Each style was more powerful than the previous. The 5th style, Killing Intent Hadouken, had reached an extreme level, and the 3rd style could not be underestimated either. While speaking, Xia Shaoshan jumped into the air. Both of his fists punched out continuously. Hundreds, no, thousands of high-pressure light balls shot out from Xia Shaoshan's fists, covering the sky and covering the earth. From the number, it was several times more than Zhou Jian's meteor-rupturing fist. Yi Qin did not look down on his opponent. He instantly pulled out the demon's slaughtering sword and slashed out horizontally and vertically. Crackle! The huge cross-shaped sword light shattered the thousands of high-pressure light balls. The 4th style. Xia Shaoshan naturally did not think that the 3rd style of Hadouken could do anything to his opponent. It was just a test. His body suddenly rushed forward, and Xia Shaoshan threw out the 4th style of Hadouken. As soon as the 4th style of Hadouken was performed, the high-pressure light balls were as big as mountains, like a huge sun. With Xia Shaoshan's high-speed dive, the light balls quickly shrunk and finally shrunk to the size of a longan, concentrated on Xia Shaoshan's fist. I want to see your 5th style of Hadouken. Yi Qin shook his head. His right hand held the demon's slaughtering sword, and suddenly threw it out. Swish! Swish! The demon's slaughtering sword instantly turned into 100 sword shadows, and Xia Shaoshan was blown away. The 4th style of Hadouken was broken by itself. Defensive Sword Art, 100 Swords Attack. Chapter 1070. The cultivation of the defensive sword art was getting harder and harder as it progressed, and correspondingly, the increase in power was also incomparable. The 9 returned to 1 sword art combined the power of 81 sword phantoms together, giving it a piercing power that could pierce through anything. Each of the 100 sword phantoms had 30% of the power of the 9 returned to 1 sword art, and the 100 sword phantoms had 30 times the power of the 9 returned to 1 sword art. Although it would not be as destructive as the 9 returned to 1 sword art, it was still not something to be underestimated. Most importantly, the 100 sword phantoms were almost unavoidable, and their speed was close to the speed of light. After sending Xia Shaoshan flying with 1 attack, Yi Qin said that he wanted to see his opponent's 5th movement, Oscillating Fist. Yi Qin could tell that when Xia Shaoshan was fighting with Zhou Jian, he had not fully performed the 5th movement and had only accumulated a bit of power before throwing it out. Xia Shaoshan was sent flying. The Speed Freakwolf King was shocked. After flying for a few thousand miles, Xia Shaoshan finally stopped and stood in the air. His body was covered with sword scars, and with a rough look, there were exactly 100 of them. Xia Shaoshan released his killing intent, trying to get rid of the sword intent on the scars. His killing intent, which was also known as the slaughter intent, had been trained to the peak of the 6th rank, which was equivalent to the peak of the 7th rank. However, what made him frown was that the sword intent on the scars was extremely hard to get rid of. Destruction sword intent. Xia Shaoshan let out a sigh. His master had told him that the destruction intent and immortal intent were above the slaughter intent, and the destruction intent was the bane of the slaughter intent. Therefore, when he met someone with these 2 intents, he had to be careful. After a few breaths, the sword intent was finally cleared, and the wound was instantly healed. Raising his head, Xia Shaoshan looked at Yi Qin and said, "Great, you will be the first person to truly witness the killing intent Hadouken." The first form was the foundation of Hadouken, and there was nothing much to say about it. The second form was called Destruction Hadouken, and the third form was called Meteor Hadouken, which was similar to Zhou Jian's meteor rupturing fist. The fourth form was called Annihilation Hadouken, which had the power to annihilate a star. The fifth form was called Killing Intent Hadouken, which contained the realm of selflessness. Other than selflessness, it also contained selflessness. The killing intent penetrated through everything and was extremely dangerous. During the battle with Zhou Jian, Xia Shaoshan had only used a little bit of his killing intent Hadouken. His opponent was not qualified enough for him to use his full strength. Moreover, his killing intent Hadouken had not reached the advanced level, so he should not use it too much. Make your move! With the demon slaughtering sword in his hand, Yi Qin slashed at his opponent with the Heaven Absolute sword. Huchi! The blurry sword light traveled through thousands of miles, creating a sword screen at Xia Shaoshan's location. At the critical moment, Xia Shaoshan managed to dodge it, killing intent Hadouken. Activating his body art, Xia Shaoshan rushed towards Yi Qin. Thousands of miles were covered in less than a second. During this process, Xia Shaoshan's face turned ferocious. The muscles on his body started to wriggle. From a skinny teenager, he had turned into a strong and powerful young man. His exaggerated muscles were filled with violence and killing intent, and a layer of faint red qi lingered around him. Yi Qin felt as if his soul had been locked on by a killing intent. This killing intent was illusory, yet so real. Yi Qin tried to use his destruction sword intent to extinguish this killing intent, but he discovered that the killing intent was endless and endless. Unless his destruction sword intent could reach the 7th step from peak 6th step and instantly extinguish all the killing intent, it would be of no use. What a great killing intent Hadouken! Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin raised the demon slaughtering sword high up. The raging green flame started to burn, making the sword look like a huge fire sword. Whoosh! With a sharp look in his eyes, Yi Qin threw out another sword attack. This time, he had used the merciless water and fire. However, he did not use all of his power, only about 80%. An earth-shattering explosion resounded as the stage shook. Amidst the dazzling explosion, the jade-green sword screen was extremely eye-catching. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Xia Shaoshan was once again blown away. His killing intent Hadouken had not reached completion yet, so how could he compete with Yi Qin's merciless water and fire? If he was a monster, then Yi Qin would be a genius among monsters, without any weaknesses. This fist attack is very powerful. Unfortunately, it has not reached completion yet. Wait until it reaches completion, then we can fight again. After sending Xia Shaoshan flying with one sword attack, Yi Qin's second sword attack followed closely, shattering Xia Shaoshan's body. Xia Shaoshan lost. Yi Qin had won 15 battles in a row. Invincible. A total of 19 battles, and there are still 4 left. In these 4 battles, soul-breaking Spear Jiang Hao is definitely not his opponent. Only Peerless King Ajiu, Lifeless Blade Artist Lung Fifan, and Tyrannosaurus Yangting are left. Even if he loses all 3 battles, he will still be ranked 4th, and he seems to only be at peak 3rd sky of life and death realm. Most of the people present were at the 4th sky of life and death realm, with a few at the 5th and 3rd sky. Only Yi Qin was at the 3rd sky. Don't look down on the gap of 1 sky. In other words, once Yi Qin entered the 4th sky of life and death realm, his battle power would increase by several folds. What kind of concept was several folds? He would probably be able to kill most people with 1 finger. Next, Xiao Xiu defeated Lu Wenxiu, and Zhou Jian defeated Li Yifeng with his astonishing defense. In the 8th battle, Tyrannosaurus Yangting faced Green Thunder King Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue pushed her advantages to the extreme. Within the electric field domain, her speed was close to the speed of light, and her lightning burst repeatedly blasted into the Tyrannosaurus Yangting. The powerful hidden aqua, lightning, left charred marks on his body. Unfortunately, Yangting's defense was even higher than Zhou Jian's. No matter how Gu Qingxue attacked, she couldn't injure Yangting too much. As if feeling ashamed, Yangting displayed his might. a dragon roar resounded, and a frightening dragon might spread out in all directions. Within the range of the dragon might, Gu Qingshue's speed suddenly dropped. Although the dragon might couldn't weaken the electric field, it could suppress her Zhen Yuan and body. At this moment, the electric field was Gu Qingshue's weakness. If she had another powerful field, she could use it to contend against Yang Ting's dragon might, which was equivalent to Yang Ting's field. With her speed greatly reduced, Gu Qingxue could only hold on for a short while before losing miserably to Yang Ting. Although the 15 battles had yet to end, the rankings were already clear. If there were no surprises, the top 5 would definitely be Peerless King, Zhou, Yang Ting, Lifeless Blade, Artist Lung Fifan, Xia Shaoshan, and Yi Qin. Up until now, they had been the strongest, while the others were much weaker. The 6th to 10th places would probably be Zhou Jian, Gu Qingxue, Xiao Xiu, Li Yifeng, Yan Feihua, and Lu Wenxiu. Unknowingly, the 15th round had ended. The third battle of the 16th round, Lung Fifan against Xia Shaoshan. The result of this battle would further determine the top 5 rankings. If Xia Shaoshan lost to Lung Fifan, then he would at most be ranked 4th, because Peerless King Zhou was definitely more powerful than him. Adding Yi Qin and Lung Fifan, who had defeated him, there were already 3 of them. If he could beat Lung Fifan, then he would have a chance to be ranked 3rd, while Lung Fifan would at most be ranked 4th. After all, if he couldn't even beat Xia Shaoshan, then he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Yi Qin. Boom, 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 boom. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning of the battle. Blade Qi and fist power clashed continuously. Meteor Hadouken. Xia Shaoshan performed the 3rd style of Hadouken, trying to disrupt Lung Fifan's rhythm. Shura Chop. Lung Fifan's expression didn't change at all. He raised his long blade high above his head and slashed down. This blade attack was indestructible, as huge as a mountain. The horrifying blade light gave people the illusion that it could split the sky and the earth. Puff puff! Xia Xiaoshan's Meteor Hadouken was instantly broken. So powerful. With a serious look in his eyes, Lung Fifan gave Xia Shaoshan the feeling of extreme danger. Different from Yi Qin, Yi Qin's aura was sharp, and one had to be extremely careful in front of him. Therefore, Xia Shaoshan had a feeling that he couldn't let go of his hands and feet. Only the killing intent Hadouken could make him use all of his strength. However, Lung Fifan's aura was one that had been tempered 1,000 times. Each of his moves was simple and simple. Normal killing intent would not be able to shake his mind. Looks like I'll have to use the killing intent Hadouken directly. His muscles wiggled, and Xia Shaoshan turned into a muscular young man. Every inch of his flesh, every strand of hair, even his fluttering clothes, contained an extremely horrifying killing intent. As he threw out a punch, all of the killing intent was blasted out along with the fist power. At this moment he had entered the Anatta state, which was even more mysterious and dangerous than the normal Anatta state. Crack! A crack appeared on the platform under his feet, but soon the crack closed up. Lung Fifan's arms also expanded, and streams of red light flowed into the long blade through his arms. The long blade suddenly enlarged, from 1 meter long to 100 meters long. However, the handle did not become thicker or longer. Holding the huge blade in his hand, Lung Fifan took a step forward and slashed out. No one could describe how horrifying and glorious this slash was. This slash was like a shooting star piercing through the silent sky, like the endless light from the exploding stars, like the reverse flow of the galaxy, shooting up into the sky. Under this slash, Xia Xiaoshan's killing intent seemed to be pushed back. Crack! A huge slash mark appeared above the battling platform, and Xia Xiaoshan's entire body exploded. Lifeless Azura slash. Lung Fifan's ultimate killing move. What? Killing Xia Shaoshan with 1 slash? Yi Qin only used 2 slashes? Lifeless Azura slash, indeed lifeless. At this moment, the crowd finally saw Lung Fifin's real power. Even someone as strong as Xia Shaoshan was killed in one slash. Under this slash, there was no way to dodge, because this slash had pulled back all of the qi and the powerful blade aura could lock on a person's life. Thousands of battles. I'm afraid he has been through 10 times more battles than me. From this slash, Yi Chun saw countless information. He saw countless Lung Fifin waving his blade, from the weakest to the strongest. Lung Fifin had been through countless battles in his life. Under normal circumstances, an elite genius would definitely experience a lot of battles. But seriously speaking, normal battles were not considered real battles. Only those battles where the gap between the two sides was not that big could be considered a real battle. Therefore, most of the people here had been through hundreds of battles, but Lung Fifin had probably been through thousands of battles.